statistical, so unpredictable, here on the SNL Network.
Yes, that's right. The SNL Network is live on a Monday night here to finish our coverage of season 47 on our final By the Numbers show of the season. This is always one of my favorite shows I get to do because we get to talk statistics. And back in the SNL stats days, you guys know how much we loved talking all about statistics with the show. And we had an amazing season 47 postseason roundtable in case you missed that last week with some great panelists. We broke down our favorite cold opens, monologues, live sketches, pre-tapes, weekend update moments, hosts episodes. It was about a 2-hour podcast where we talked everything season 47. But the one thing that we didn't really get a chance to do last week was talk about each and every cast member who was on season 47, what their moments were that really stood out, and statistically, how did they do throughout the season? And that's something that we're going to get to tonight. We're going to talk about our cast power rankings. We're going to talk about our host power rankings, which we've been meaning to do every single By the Number show, but we haven't gotten a chance to do yet. And then we're going to go through each of those cast members. So it's going to be a long show, whether you're listening live or after the fact. I hope you are ready for a very fun discussion of everything season 47. And of course, joining me on this journey throughout all of the By the Number shows that we've ever done here on the SNL Network is Mike Murray. Mike, how are you doing?
Doing great. We've had a really fun season with data. If you check out our Instagram page, we put it all out there. I feel like we spared nothing. It's all on the grid. So check it out. Full screen time, full appearances. You're not going to find more accurate data anywhere else. Online.
Yeah, Mike, I always wanted to know, like, when the season's over, do you feel like your hand is just stuck as you're holding a stopwatch, like you can't just unclench your hand?
A little bit ready to let go of it by the end of the season, but I always it's kind of like when you finish a puzzle though. Like when I'm all season long, I'm like not excited for it to be over, but just like I want to see what the final results will be, and then so when it's finally over, you can kind of just like, at least in my case, look at the spreadsheet and all the answers are there. And it's really, it's a rewarding experience.
Yeah, for sure. It's always rewarding for me at the end of the season as well to see who was in the most appearances, like who made the most appearances in the most sketches in a given season. I always find the single season sketch mark is something that I always take a look for. I like to see what the totals are at the end of the season. So I totally resonate with you, Mike, about putting that puzzle together. So, Mike brought up all the stuff we've been posting on Instagram. And of course, such a large part is credited to Nicole Rovine, who just puts all the work in to create these awesome graphs. So if you haven't seen anything that we've done to put on our social media, that is credit to Nicole, who just worked so hard on this the last couple of weeks. So Nicole Rovine joins us once again on the By the Number show. Nicole, how are you?
I'm good. And what's funny is when you were doing that segue to introduce me, I thought it was just a new thing we were going to start talking about instead of introducing me. I was like, okay, I guess I just won't get an intro this time. But it was such a seamless, it was such a seamless segue that I didn't know it was one. So I'm very good. I'm excited. I feel like we have done so much all season that kind of leads up to this. It's so fun to talk about it kind of every 6 weeks or so, but it's really fun to take everything that we've talked about all throughout the season and just like see all the themes that we hint at and that we always say, is this a theme? Is this going to become a theme? And now we're like, we have all the data to make all the conclusions that we can about the season. And we're like, as you both mentioned, we've put out a ton of stuff on social media. So I feel like that has given us the context. It's given all of you listening the context to really have these discussions and draw interesting conclusions.
For sure. So, Mike, before we get started and we're going to start with our host power rankings because I want to get into the cast for the rest of the episode. After we do that, is there any overarching thoughts on the data throughout the season that you just wanted to get out there from your experience? Anything about the cast, about, anything season 47 that you really think that the listeners should know about the data aspect of covering this season?
It's a big question and tough one to answer, but I think that as we go through the cast, we're going to see a lot of what passed the eyeball test. And I don't want to specify any cast members yet because we're going to have a lot of fun doing that. But for this season, I mean, I think data wise, it was really interesting to cover because I feel like we had more variables than last year. I feel like we'll look back and say season 46 was the COVID season, but this season I feel like kind of was because of that anomaly of an episode. It was a really good test for me for my model for the power rankings to see how they would like hold up with that Paul Rudd Omicron episode. And I was actually like really pleased that I feel like the numbers really backed up themselves. And that made me happy because, anytime my math is put to the test, I'm always like, is this going to be the one that like exposes a hole in the data or something? And it really didn't. It really strengthened it. So overall in this season, I feel like we have 21 episodes versus 20 last year, 18 the year before. So we have more to play with. And I think it's going to be fun to look at as a whole. But as far as like, overarching things, I feel like the absences stand out to me. Absences from Kate, Pete, Cecily, most notably. And that really did affect the numbers and allowed for some new faces to not only rise up the rankings, but I feel like rise up the leaderboard for, everyone's favorites at home.
For sure. Yeah, that was definitely a big thing that was noticeable, was just how many episodes didn't have the entire cast this season. That, it's really hard to get that feel of an ensemble when, you don't have everybody all together. And then from a statistics standpoint, what we like to look at here is really how do those absences affect other cast members and who stood out and benefited from those. So, perhaps we'll get into some of those conversations once we go through each cast member. Nicole, would love to ask you the same question. Is there anything overarching through your experience going through the data this season that you'd like to let the listeners know about?
Yeah, I think to kind of touch on what Mike was saying, something that's interesting. Speaking of Mike, I don't know. Something that's interesting about this bigger ensemble cast is how I think when it's so big, I think that it's just kind of the only way to have the cast at this point in time so that people have the flexibility to go off and do other projects. I think that's the best for the show. It's the best for the cast members. It's just that mutually beneficial thing. I've made the argument that Pete Davidson's most useful and impactful contribution to SNL this season arguably was his time off. It just brings more relevance to the show when people are in the headlines and doing things that are not necessarily at the show. That's arguably as beneficial and important as people putting in really good work and all those hard hours. I know on the inside it's probably it's a little bit frustrating, but for that to be true. But I think it is true that when people get to spread their wings, whether it be by having a social life in the headlines or just by pursuing other projects that are high profile and are seen by a lot of people, any of those things just make the show a lot more important to the culture and just to people out there who want the show to be relevant or who don't want it to be relevant and are proven wrong. So yeah, something that's just so interesting to see with this huge cast. Also relates to 21 episodes, 21 cast members this season, 21 hosts. It's a lot of 21, a lot of lineup there, synergy. But it's just interesting to see that it's not the ensemble type thing of where everyone is working together. I rewatched the 2009 Taylor Swift episode with my friends a couple nights ago, and it's like throughout one episode, it's like you see almost every cast member interact with almost every other cast member in some capacity in a single episode, let alone a season where, of course, that's true. And we just would never see that today. We would never see every cast member interact with, say, 80% of the others every episode. And I think we all kind of miss that sensation and that sort of feeling about the show. But yeah, for me, like I'm just interested how the numbers show that of how, like, if somebody who is really similar to someone else is gone 1 week or for a set of a certain period, like certain people are going to go up who are similar. So it's just, yeah, stuff like that I think is interesting and to compare the historical context as well, different eras where that would not be true, where it's like if you miss one episode of SNL when you're a cast member, that's like such sacred time. And now it's different. So it's cool to see not cool. It's intriguing to see that reflected in the numbers.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, we always talk about the large cast and how that affects the overall feel of the show. But I think it's pretty rare. It's a really great point, Nicole. It's just very rare that we get to talk about how it affects the pairings that we get to see. That is one of the benefits of a small cast, is you get to see different cast members interact with each other in all these sketches, and you get to start to talk about, okay, I really like it when, as an example, Pete Davidson works with Alex Moffat, just throwing it out there. And then, but we don't get to have those conversations as much because, as Monette in the chat writes, people seem to be divided into camps, not just with the writers, but also certain cast members that work with certain writers. That's the style of the show now, as you see these pairings start to break off with each other. So I think that's fascinating to kind of think about from era to era. But, it's a conversation we'll keep talking about as we get through the show today. Okay. Let's go into the host power rankings from the season. So we're going to give you the 21 hosts from the season and talk about who dominated the power rankings from this year. And Mike, for the last time this season, will you just explain to any new listeners how the power rankings are put together?
It would be my pleasure, John. The power ranking is a singular stat that combines appearances on SNL with their screen time. And both of those numbers, obviously you can see them with your own eyes. You can see how long someone's on screen. You can see how many times they appear on screen. So we count those. I count the screen time, and then they're both weighted. When I say weighted, I mean that if you are the lead in a sketch, like Kate McKinnon playing Colin Rafferty in the finale, that will be considered an A appearance. So that's weighted higher than or heavier than a C appearance, which would be, one line in a sketch, or a D appearance, which is a voiceover in a sketch where you don't appear at all. And then the screen time is weighted heavier for what we consider prime time, which is between the cold open and weekend update, because you are seen more if you're in the top of the show versus the end of the show. So we combine those two into one number. And so for each host that we're going to see in the next chart, and for each cast member we'll see later, there'll be one number above their column, and that'll be their average for the entire season. Obviously, with hosts, it's just their number for their one episode.
For sure. And I also do want to shout out our friend Matt at crack.com, who spoke to Nicole, Mike, and I late, I think it was last week at some point, to go through the power rankings. And they posted a great article up on Cracked about, which cast members dominated the power rankings and our opinions on some of these. So it's a good side piece to this current podcast that we're putting together tonight. Okay. Let's start with the host power rankings, and we're going to go through these right now, and we're going to get Mike and Nicole's opinions. And we'll start at the top. Let's start with our man, Jason Sudeikis, at the top of the power rankings. So his numbers go off the screen pretty much, but he had a 464.52. That is a number one score for the host in the power rankings. Like I said, we talked about this last week on the postseason roundtable, probably my favorite episode of the season. And then right after that, John Mulaney comes in at 373.48, also above average. Number 3 would be Will Forte, 357.11, which was statistically a very weird episode of the show where the cast members were not a large part of that. Benedict Cumberbatch comes in right at the end of the season to take the 4th spot, 331.42. Lizzo coming in next in 5th, 323.94. We have Billie Eilish up next with 313.85. Then we have Gerard Carmichael coming in 7th place at 300.31. Natasha Lyonne, our finale host, comes in at 292.29. And then we have Jake Gyllenhaal at 290.2 in 9th place. And I believe, Mike, those are all the hosts that are above average this season, the top 9. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Jason Sudeikis, I think, has, what we might consider an unbreakable record at this point at 464, and he brings the average up 9.22. So the average on this chart is like around 280, right? It's on the far right there. And without him, it would be 270.94. So he brings it up a whole almost 10 points.
Yeah, for sure. That's just incredible. So, Nicole, let's talk about these top 9 hosts that we see from this season, obviously from all different parts of the season and different, backgrounds and different types of episodes that we saw. So anything that stands out to you here with our top hosts from the season?
Yeah. Okay. So to reiterate, yet again, just to point out how insane the Jason stat is, it still looks like it's going off the page for any audio listeners. It's just like he is so high up. But I also want to point out that all of the hosts, number 2 through number 9, I think they were all 47B, right? They were all January and later,
Number
other
two
than
through
Jason.
Billie Eilish would be the
Billie
one that would
Eilish,
be.
Okay, right,
Yeah,
Billie Eilish.
yeah,
So, but just
yeah.
to show like how crazy this is, it took until the 8th episode of the season when Billie hosted for someone to like be even on where we are at the first half of these to even like be there. So imagine how this looked when we looked back at it in the fall. It was like Jason so high up, and then like before Billie came into it, it was like the next person was just like so much lower. It's just crazy. I like
Yeah, I think it was Kim Kardashian.
yeah, Kim was number 2 for a while until Billie came into it.
Right now, she's
So
not top 10.
exactly, yeah. So clearly, the second half of the season put hosts more forward than the first half of the season, which is pretty interesting when you think about. I think we had some more significant cast kind of absences in the first half. Like we had Kate gone for a long time. I guess we had Pete gone in the second half, Cecily gone a little bit in the second half, but it's interesting. It shows that hosts were just performing better or put more had more screen time, had more opportunities towards the front end of the show at the second half. Also, all of the hosts who appeared in their cold opens, with the exception of Paul Rudd, is in this front half. So that's in terms of Mike's power ranking, something that distinguishes between just the pure screen time that we talk about and these power rankings that have more factors kind of integrated. Is that when you appear in the cold open, right? That puts you, adds a lot of brownie points, right, Mike?
Right. It just what we consider a pretty rare occurrence for the host to appear in the cold open, and then if they are, that means that right away they're gaining screen time that the usual host wouldn't gain until their monologue. So they're like sometimes they'll get a 1 to 3 minute bump right there, like
Right.
Jason Sudeikis did.
Exactly right. So then, I mean, to have Jason Sudeikis at the front here, and then Benedict Cumberbatch was in his cold open. Natasha Lyonne was in her cold open. So that's just an interesting thing that we're seeing. Yeah, we're seeing latter half of the season much more apparent on this front end. What else? Do you want to just explain for anybody who's new also how the double duty hosts are playing into this, Mike? So Lizzo and Billie are 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 5 and 6. So just how that kind of plays in since they're double duty and also where they are on this chart.
Sure, and I did prepare a number if we were to consider them just a singular host, if we were to drop their screen time and not include musical performances to level the playing field a little bit. So right now we have Lizzo at number 5. If we at 323.94. If I didn't include her musical performances, that would drop her to a 265. So that just shows that again, the power ranking is all about assessing their impact on that show, and obviously a double duty host has a gigantic impact on their show. So that's something new that I did this year actually, was to not only do screen time for all the musical guests, but when it was a host, I was like, well, I want to see what it looks like both ways. For the year-end chart we're looking at, I was like, it's more fair to consider the double duty hosts more impactful because they were. Billie Eilish on this chart is also a 313.85. If I didn't include her musical performances, she would be a 235.82. So that would drop them, out of the top. And we see that normally is that when you do double duty, that I think they take it a little easier on the host. There might be supporting role in more sketches or a more brief appearances because they have to change more, they have to get ready, they're really tossed around backstage more than the average host. So it does even out a little bit, and they don't introduce themselves always. Lizzo did, but different things like that factor in for sure. But yeah, that's a great question, Nicole, just because that's for sure the reason that Billie and Lizzo are in the top there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, just taking a look at these top 9, I just, like I said, it's so interesting to take a look at the different styles of hosting episodes that we got this season. And I think that some of the most fun episodes that I had, and I know, right, because, I do the hot take shows, I get to see the audience reaction right away. I think that for the most part, a lot of these people in the top 9 had some pretty positive reactions from the community, at least. I don't think there was many hated hosts that, dominated their episode, but then their episode maybe wasn't as good. So that's a really good sign. I would say that one thing that one host that surprises me that he's so far up in this top 9 is probably Benedict Cumberbatch, who I think had a great episode, but I always think about how the host works versus some of the cast members. And I really felt like that was more of an ensemble episode, where, same thing with I didn't think it was so different than Selena Gomez, and I'm be curious where she ends up on these rankings. But for me, the top 3, super obvious in people that ended up dominating their particular episodes between Jason and then John Mulaney and then Will Forte.
Well, I do want to say something interesting about Will Forte, and we can't talk about this without saying that John is a big Forte head. But what's really interesting to me is that Will Forte is actually. Yes, Forte is John's forte. That's right. He has such a fan community name, just like waiting there for him. I think you need to really, the Forte heads, the Forteers got to really band together a little more.
Sure.
But anyway, John's John's already Forteing all the time. Anyway, so he's a lot higher on the power rankings than he is on pure screen time, which to me is, I'd say, sticks out when we're talking about what we release week to week is pure screen time. So if you're wondering why this looks different from that, it just has more factors into it that Mike has worked super hard on, and to give it a little bit more nuance and depth to it, and so for Will Forte, he is a lot higher on here, and I imagine the main reason is that he had all of those MacGruber segments were individual, so they were all short, but they added to the number of times he appeared, they added to just all that kind of thing. So that stands out for me is and just we can't really talk enough about how you said, John, how statistically weird that episode was. And I don't mean good or bad.
The weirdest.
I mean what you said is it was weird. It was wild how it was very not ensemble focused. A lot of the cast time was not with Forte. A lot of Forte's time was with Kristen Wiig, and there wasn't as much. It felt like there were sort of 2 episodes. It felt like most of the episode you could have put into 2 groups of, okay, here's a current episode of SNL, and here's an episode that is out of the time machine from 13, 14 years ago. And so that's just a fascinating thing. I think if we do these retroactive by the numbers episodes in a few years, if we could choose any to analyze, I would probably pick that one, just because in retrospect it's going to be cool. And as we talk about all these different episodes, that one it's such an outlier in how the numbers add up.
Yeah, just more context on the Will Forte episode. We're talking about it. Will Forte would be 3rd most screen time if we didn't include double duty screen time.
Right.
So he's 5th as is with the double duty screen time for Billie Eilish and Lizzo. And then just shout out for the Kristen Wiig stat. If we considered her the 22nd cast member of that episode, she had a 113 score, which we've done episodes where I've talked about 100+ point episodes for cast members, or really top tier. That's if we ever wanted to make a best of, I would probably go back and select every episode that someone scored 100+. So Kristen Wiig was 3rd of that episode. It was Will Forte as the host, Kate McKinnon at 121, and Kristen Wiig at 113. So a very weird episode, because it was almost like a 2-handed host or something. It was Kristen Wiig was just a through line of that episode. And then the MacGruber, one other little factor we do, it's it doesn't have a big impact, but it's just for fun, and it's if you're a big fan of the history of the show, it's a fun stat for you, is that in the power ranking we do consider recurring characters. So when we do the weighted appearance score, after everything is totaled and percentage wise and all that math is done, there is little bonuses for recurring characters. So MacGruber definitely got bumped up Will Forte a little bit. But weird episode, but it all makes sense that Will Forte has a really high score. And then if we looked at the total screen time of the entire cast, it's the lowest of the entire season, other than the Rudd episode.
For sure. Okay, let's talk about the bottom half of the people who are under average in the host rankings, and we will tell you who they are right now as we go through the rest of them. Okay, coming in at number 10 in the rankings is Oscar Isaac at 278.65. Coming in number 11 would be Zoe Kravitz, 277.62. Then Selena Gomez, here she is at 265.28, number 12. Kim Kardashian, who was very high up at the beginning, comes at number 13 at 257.65. Number 14 is Owen Wilson, our premier, 254.34. 15 is Kieran Culkin, 245.99. Ariana DeBose comes in 16th place, 232.28. The famous Omicron Paul Rudd episode comes in at 231.03, 17th place. Rami Malek, one of the top episodes of the season, 217.07. The fans seem to love that one, but Rami Malek ends up in 18th place. Jonathan Majors, 209.83 in 19th place. Willem Dafoe, 198.59 in 20th place. And then Simu Liu in 21st place, 167.84. Once again, the average is 280.16. Okay, so from Oscar Isaac to Simu Liu, those are our bottom of the rankings. Nicole, what are your thoughts?
I mean, the Simu stat is so surprising and sad and weird because I thought it was a great episode, and more so than a great episode, I thought it was a great host run. Like, I thought there were some episodes that were better than that one, but not because the host was better. I feel like in terms of host performances, it was top half for me for sure. It's just crazy every time we look back at these numbers. It's wild. And in just pure screen time, for that context as well, Paul Rudd had like a couple more seconds on Simu Liu. They both had like 11 minutes and change. And yeah, it's not that I'm upset that Simu didn't get enough opportunities. It's more I'm kind of intrigued at how his successful run and how I thought he was a great host still looks like this on in terms of the numbers. And I think it was as we've talked about, there was that really great long sketch with the karaoke that was very much an ensemble piece where he had like a short but memorable bit as the finance bro, and then everybody in the cast got their turn. There was one of the more memorable bits, the Simu and Bowen pre-tape happened towards the end of the episode, which harms the power ranking number, but of course the pure screen time of it is the same. So there are all these elements to it, and at the end of the day, I think it was more kind of luck of the draw than anything. I feel like Simu was a very capable and good, solid host, and like anything that was handed to him, he delivered on. It was just a lot of the sketches were more ensemble based. So yeah, that's just what sticks out to me. Because I would also, in terms of hosts I'd want to see again, I'd also put him in my top half for sure out of these 21. So I think this shows that not only do I want to see him again because he was good, but I want to see him again because he deserves the chance. We have a lot of people rallying for a Paul Rudd episode next season. I think we should get people rallying for a Simu Liu episode for the same reason. He clearly has so much more to give than what we saw. Everything we saw was great. So let's see more of him. A few other notes. I mean,
well, can I just can I come back to you on the few other notes just for a second, because I just want to ask Mike something before,
yeah, sure.
Like about some of the stuff that you were saying, which is really interesting to me because Nicole, you pointed out that most of the top 10 or top 9 was from the second half of the season, right? Except for Billie Eilish. And so
and
now
Jason.
if you include Jason, yes, excuse me. So if you include Oscar Isaac as our top 10, right, which is really about half the season, 10 and a half being half of 21. But 2 of the top 10 are from the first half of the season, 80% are from the second half of the season. So, Mike, do you think that something changed after Christmas that would cause so many of the hosts to end up higher up in the rankings?
Yeah, Kate's return is number 1, for sure.
Okay.
That answers the question. I can give more context on the Simu episode if you want.
Well, I just want to understand, why does Kate McKinnon's return cause the hosts in the second half of the season to rise up the rankings?
It's not a singular factor; it's just a factor. For at least making a line of demarcation between pre and post Christmas or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think a story of the season. First of all, I think for how many first timers, I think there was some great hosts this season. And I look forward to rewatching a lot of them. when I'm not thinking about numbers the whole time, because there was like, just I was really surprised. A couple of hosts I had never heard of, and they were like some of my favorites. And I put Simu in there because I had never heard of him, and I thought he was like awesome in his episode.
Okay. All right, Nicole, what other notes do you have about people in the bottom half of the rankings?
Thank you for the interjection. I think that was good. What else? I mean, yeah, I think that like everything else, I would kind of expect Jonathan Majors to be in the Simu spot because that episode was so overshadowed by Taylor Swift, of course. And yeah, that one, like all of my memories of that episode, of course, I remember everything because we analyze it just to this intense degree.
You remember
but,
it all too well.
Exactly right. But like when I think about the episode, the first thing I think about is All Too Well, 10 minutes. The second thing I think about is Three Sad Virgins, and everything else is just sort of like a mush of things that I am remembering to analyze, So I would really expect him to be the outlier. But what else? I mean, Oscar Isaac, that was one of the episodes that I was there live for, and I think everybody loved Oscar Isaac. He's ranking really high every time we poll our social media audience who people want to see again in season 48. It's like we get a lot of the Jason Sudeikis people, of course. We had a lot of Selena Gomez fans flooding those polls too. But like in terms of our internal audience, like for any first time host, non-former cast member, objective, like internal audience that we're polling, Oscar Isaac ranks really, really high. And for me, from having been there in person, I can attest that the energy was just like incredible. So I feel like when you're a host and you're a first timer, you're not a former cast member who's having a huge like return home to glory, like Jason should look like that. He should be so high because that episode should have just been about him and doing what he deserved and getting his guest actor Emmy. Like, yes, that's just nobody else is being considered. That's what needs to happen. But I think if it's not a case like that, it's better to be in an Oscar Isaac spot than to be in like, even the Benedict Cumberbatch spot. I think like being really in the middle, just like that can be the best type of episode. We talk a lot about hosts who will give a lot of shine to other people or who will be in the center of attention and always in the A roles and things like that. And like the best episodes of SNL, with the exceptions of the homecoming ones, like Jason, the best ones, 85% of the best ones are like with hosts who rank around where Oscar Isaac is ranking. So that's just like when we talk about numbers, I also want to point out that we're not saying number one or number two or number three is the first, second, and third best place to be. We're saying this with like the caveat that like the best episodes can be hosts who rank all across this spectrum. So I just want to kind of point that out as well.
For sure. Mike, anything else about the host rankings that you want to point out to the audience?
Yeah, for sure. We did a stat. I can't even remember. I think it was last season actually, because we had our friend Andrew Haynes, SNL Has a Cast, on, and so I prepared a stat just for him that was like, how high does the cast score depending on the host, because I wanted to see, is the host really draining the episode? Is he really, is he or she really the focus? And if so, does that make for a better episode or a worse episode? Or, let's chat about it. And, we kind of determined that like, a really long monologue or an appearance in the cold open, or, in Jason's case, he also appeared in Update. That's obviously going to make the host take away an opportunity for another sketch if the monologue's really long, like Mulaney's or Chappelle's. And it's also if you were on Update, which is like Elon Musk was on Update, and Sudeikis is on Update this season, that's gonna take away another opportunity for another cast member. So whether or not that's a good or a bad thing is definitely up to the viewer. But that was that's something that I'm definitely gonna look at for this season, because I feel like the hosts were put fourth more purposefully this season, and it could have had something to do with the monologue. And Simu's monologue was the shortest of all the monologues recorded. And actually, Sudeikis's and Simu Liu's screen time are the two that I actually double checked multiple times. I'm like, is Sudeikis's really this high? Did I mess up? And is Simu Liu's really this low that I mess up? Because Sudeikis's is 34 minutes flat, and Simu Leo's was 11 minutes 22 seconds. So like literally over triple the screen time right there. And I was like, you know what? It was really just like the karaoke sketch Nicole mentioned, the short monologue, and one thing I don't know if we mentioned yet is it really hurts hosts power ranking score if they're just left out of something. So Jonathan Majors and 2 and 3 Sad Virgins, and then Simu Leo in Walking in Staten, which has in his episode, which is over a 4-minute pre-tape. That's long for a pre-tape, and it was a big part of that episode that he was left out of. So it doesn't happen that often, but it's typically a pre-tape. It's very rarely a live sketch. It does happen once in a great while. I think with Chappelle it did happen, but that's just another factor of like, if we're talking about impact of a host on an episode, obviously if they're left out of something, they're less impactful.
For sure.
I just realized, I think, so Simu is almost exactly, or Jason's almost exactly 3 times Simu's screen time. Like almost exactly by a couple seconds off of exact. So that's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think about what a dominating performance by Jason Sudeikis. Okay, let's talk about the cast power rankings. And for anybody who's listening, pay attention to these cast numbers because they're going to be very important when we talk about our ratings for each cast member this season and how they did overall. We've been going through these cast rankings throughout the entire season. So if you haven't gone back and listened to all our By the Numbers shows, it's always really interesting to go through the cast rankings and see how they develop and change throughout the season. So let's bring up our cast rankings for the final time this season. And we will start once again with everybody who is above average. And of course, Kenan Thompson, who just had a dominating 19th season at the show, comes in first place this season at 86.66. Kenan also led the season in sketch appearances. Cecily Strong comes in second place, 74.14. She missed several episodes this season while doing the Lily Tomlin play, but she still had a very dominating season. I would only wonder how much more dominating it would have been had she been there for the entire season. So it's interesting to talk about her season 47 because she had a very strong appearance count as well. Colin Jost always dominates the screen time whenever he is a Weekend Update anchor, and he is there at 68.23 in third place. Aidy Bryant comes in fourth place at 67.69. Then we have Mikey Day rounding out the top 5, 67.18. Kate McKinnon, who missed the start of the season, but then had a very strong rest of the season, comes in at 62.24. Chris Redd, he's a guy we talked about a lot with his strengths and how he's developed the season, comes in at 59.75 in seventh place. Then Nwodim comes in next, 59.49, eighth place. Michael Che coming in at 52.75. And then Heidi Gardner comes in at 52.07. Okay. So those are the cast members that are above average. That would be our top 10. Nicole, thoughts on the top 10 cast members from this season?
Yeah, we almost have Kenan looking like Jason looks on the host one. Just again, for any audio listeners, like Kenan's step before above the next person is steeper than like I think any other step on here. Like it's a very steep lead. And that's a testament, of course, to his consistency and just always being really, just consistent. I don't think there's a better word for the work he puts in at the show week to week. This is it's interesting. I always, every time we do this, I bring up Colin, and I'm just amazed that a Weekend Update anchor who is pretty much never in other sketches is ranking so high. I think if we were doing this in 2009, we would like laugh at ourselves to think that would be the norm, that like a Weekend Update anchor in no other sketches would be at the top of the list, when like those days were just so fundamentally different in terms of how much screen time people would get. We should go back and do that. But anyways, this is the Colin thing. I always like it, it's wild to see. I think to your point, Jon, about Cecily, if she hadn't missed those 2 episodes, would she be even higher? And I disagree with that. I think that somebody like Cecily, or even like Kate, when she came back for that Billy episode and had the biggest single episode screen time of the season out of any cast member. That first episode she came back, I think for Cecily, in those episodes right before she left and even the ones right after, I think that more of her sketches were put in, or she was written into more things, a combination of that. And I think that boosts her. If she did not have that absence, I don't know that she'd be that high, as much like, the same, have like the same lead or a higher lead, just because when you know someone's not going to be there and you know that they're tenured and beloved and longstanding, like the week before they leave, if it's between their sketch and something else, that's the answer. So I don't think Cecily would be much higher without her absences. I think she maybe would even be lower, which is just an interesting thing to talk about, like the politics of the show and the dynamics with what gets in, what gets left out week to week. Yeah, those are my notes.
Okay, Mike, how about you? Anything from the top 10 that we should talk about?
Yeah, well, let's talk about Cecily. She missed episode 9, 10, 11, 12 completely, so posted a 0 for those. And episode 8 was the Billie Eilish episode. She popped in the cold open, and that was it. So of course, all 21 episodes are counted for all 21 cast members on this chart. But Cecily's number, her average would have been 91.58 if we didn't count the zeros. So she stayed on course at least and posted like 75, 80s in those episodes she missed. If she were part of the cast those nights, I think for sure her number would be higher. So could have been number 1 ahead of Kenan. And I think, John, you'd agree that, she'd at least be in 2 or 3 sketches that night.
Yeah, for sure.
That's just the answer for for that number. It would have been, 91.58 would be a really strong number. I mean, we look at how like Nicole said, how high Kenan is above number 2. I mean, think about possibly 4 or 5 points higher than Kenan for number 1 for Cecily. So even if to Nicole's point that if she didn't really dominate the episodes that she the 4 that she missed, I could definitely see her being for sure an 82 or 83.
100%. I mean, I think that the interesting part of this discussion is if I was to ask which one of the people in the top 10 would you not expect to be in the top 10, and I had to think about it, I would probably think maybe Mikey, just because, he's so not talked about enough. And that was, part of our discussion over the last month was how much of a utility player he's become. And he's just so a part of so many sketches, but he's had such a strong end to the season that he just managed to get into that top 5. And I think we should talk about him more. With our live chat here, who's watching us, I would love to know from you if there is somebody in the top 10 that you're surprised is in the top 10, because for me, that's probably the name that stands out the most. Maybe Bowen, who rounds out our top 10, would be somebody who had some moments this season, but I wouldn't necessarily have expected him to crack the upper half. But good for him, and I feel really good about everybody in the top 10's season. I wouldn't say any of these people had a bad season, but we'll quantify that as we go through the show. Nicole, is there anyone else for you in the top 10 that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I would probably say Heidi. I think that her first half of the season was a little bit stronger than her second half. I think that maybe had to do with Kate and some roles that like they would have kind of, if it were a role written, like it could have gone to either of them, that kind of thing. So I do feel like in the memory of like there's a little bit of the recency bias that we're all operating from as we analyze the season. So I think that for me, the second half of the season, I just based on that kind of thing, I would have guessed Heidi maybe would be like a few kind of notches below. But again, looking back on the first half of the season, she had a lot of really strong moments. So it does make sense. And I think, again, like culminating in all the conversations we've had leading up to it, we're picking things apart that are like, oh, right, that does make sense, or this or that. So like a Mikey, I think at first it's like, if this is your first time tuning into a By the Numbers show, you might be like, oh my gosh, yeah, Mikey Day, I guess he really is up there. But it's cool to see after the conversations we've been having about him recently that he really just fits so seamlessly into so many sketches that he works in so many places in a very, I would compare it to Kenan. Kenan, I think, again, if you're not in analyzing the numbers, you might be surprised because he didn't have as many memorable roles as, say, a Sarah Sherman or other people, further down, or like a Kate or a Bowen. So yeah, I think that Kenan and Mikey are very similar that way, that they're doing so much more than kind of meets the eye, and they're really the part of a sketch, the kind of the glue of a sketch in a lot of cases.
100%. Okay, let's talk about the bottom part of our rankings for the cast members this season. And here we go. We have a 11 through 21. So Bowen Yang actually did come in at 11, so 51.67, and he is the last person to be above average. Our average is 50.59. We're right below average, like as close as you can be to the average, is James Austin Johnson, who comes in very strong in his first season and really just showing off his chops. And we assume he will be an SNL cast member for a long time, so he'll have his opportunity to climb the rankings. Then we have Alex Moffat coming in just below that at 49.94. So really those two as close as you can get to the average. Kyle Mooney, then next in his final season at the show, comes in 14th place with 48.47. Andrew Dismukes, we talk about a lot on the show, and his writing and his sketch production. He comes in at 41.5 in 15th place. Chloe Fineman is next, 16th place with 38.96. We're definitely going to talk about her and the pre-tapes that she made as the season started to come to an end. Pete Davidson in his final season, 34.34, 17th place. Sarah Sherman comes in 18th place, 31.49. Then Melissa comes in 19th, 31.26. Punkie Johnson, 20th, 21.55. And then Aristotle at 12.56, 21st place. Okay, Nicole, anyone from the bottom part of the rankings you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, just when you said Pete Davidson in his final season, I kind of got the chills for a second. I don't know if it's really hit me, but it was his final season. Um, yeah, I mean, the Aristotle number, of course, we're gonna talk about that one. We've been talking about all season. I think his last place hood has kind of his last placements has become more and more apparent over the season, and the lead that the second place had over him has grown. So that is unfortunate to see. Yeah, somebody in the chat, I think it was Eric, said that it's really interesting how that middle of the pack, there's so much, people are very close, whereas at the top there are these big steps between each person, and then towards the bottom there are these big steps, and then the middle third, really, like there's a lot of closeness, and that's just cool to see. I feel like that's how a cast should be, is like there are a lot of people who maybe it's a mix of people who kind of sometimes aren't in an episode so much, and then they have these really amazing episodes, and then they're, I think that's kind of what the middle is made up of, whereas the very top is more people who are just consistent in a more understated way, like Mikey, Kenan, Colin Jost as well, and the middle is more people who are like, it's kind of ironic that it seems like the middle, everything is very gradual, so it seems like these are the people who are the most consistent on the surface, when in reality it's more people who are a little bit not as consistent, who are like have really good episodes sometimes, and sometimes they don't, which is just the nature of things. And it's a lot of people who really stand out when they do have a big moment, and in a big cast, like I feel like it's cool to see that when there are people who have good episodes and less strong episodes, it for a lot of these people, it evened out to just like on the surface being just a really solid cast member who just fits right in. So I'm kind of fascinated by that, like almost contradiction. It's not a contradiction. It's like it's an aesthetic contradiction. I'll call it that.
Okay. Mike, what about you? Anything from the bottom part of the rankings you want to talk about?
Yeah, for sure. There was, I'm glad you brought that up. Someone in the chat, and then Nicole echoed it, that, yeah, it is like razor thin in the whole middle of the cast. And I think that's I just want to say hats off to the writers, or Lauren, or whoever's making those decisions, is that like, for a cast that's this big, I think it's been handled extremely well. I mean, if if Aristotle or Melissa or Punkie were here, they would say, hey, I could have done more. But for a cast that large, they really, like, we saw a lot of people in a lot of weeks, and the numbers definitely back that up. But yeah, I want to talk about Dismukes. We're going to talk about him individually later. But I just, because this is my model that I've worked really hard on, and the numbers have evolved a lot, and I think he's definitely a casualty of the system a little bit. And we're lucky we have great listeners of this podcast who are really into SNL, and they watch everything. They watch the Cut for Times on YouTube, not just the last sketch of the night, but Will Forte, has probably been crowned by many as the previous like king of the 10 to 1. And I'm looking at Dismukes top appearances, and I see, mail-in testing service from the first episode. I see declaration pitch from the Sudeikis episode, Steve's Beanie Babies from Lizzo, and Word Crunch when he hosted the game show on Zoe Kravitz episode, kitchen staff with Ariana DeBose, as well as New Governess with Ariana DeBose, Scattering Remains with Carmichael. So those are all like after update. And so, the math does not tell what's funny. I'll never, the math will never say this person's funnier than this person. It just measures the tangible empirical data that we can see with our own eyes. And Office Song with Willem Dafoe, Tombstone with Gyllenhaal. So I only skipped his update appearance and the Mulaney musical, which I believe was after update as well. So things like that are definitely a hindrance for more of a niche performer. And I actually like that in the model, because this is a model that should be staying up to the test of time 10 years from now. And this is SNL. This is a very popular TV program that a lot of people watch that aren't super fans. And so I bet if you ask a lot of people, hey, do you watch SNL? And they said yes, they might not know who Andrew Dismukes is. I mean, of course we do. We love him. We think he's a huge part of the show. But the average person would say, Kate, Kenan, Pete Davidson. That's probably the three names they'd probably throw out. They wouldn't say Sarah Sherman or Andrew Dismukes, but that's, but they're building a fan base based on the 10 to 1s and those later in the night things. So I think the numbers make a ton of sense, but those are numbers that when, as a viewer of the show, I watch every sketch, obviously multiple times to gather this data. And so in my subconscious, I consider Andrew Dismukes probably a bigger star than he is, but the data says, 41.5. I'm like, oh, that's dead on.
So, Mike, where did Andrew Dismukes finish last season in the power rankings? Do you have access to that quickly?
Sure. Yeah. Give me 10 seconds.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, because I'm just very curious about his improvement from the last year to this year, because maybe it's not necessarily, James Austin Johnson's probably the exception to the rule, but Sarah Sherman had a very strong first season. So I'm curious if maybe that's where Andrew was last year. Sarah had the 31.49 this year. Could Andrew have been closer to that? And then he bumps up to the 41.5 in 15th place this season. I would expect on the trajectory that Andrew is going, he's going to end up being over average by the time we talk about this after season 48.
Oh, big time. And he's the, by and large, the most improved cast member. So I was holding on to that stat for when we talk about him, but he's last season was 29.24 was his final season average. Now this season 41.5. So that's about a 42% increase. Wow. That's the biggest in the cast, especially because he was, present last year and this year, obviously the Kates and Cecily's or Aidy Bryant who missed time last year. But yeah, even then, Andrew's the most improved cast member. So going from, what did I say, 22 to a 41, like basically doubled his score. So we did a couple shows ago, we did sophomore season deep dive stats, and it just showed that Andrew Dismukes is like blowing up on the show.
Yes. So, we can talk about these cast members, and we always do so through the lens of the power rankings. But we wanted to try something a little bit different here for our postseason show and really use it as a case study to test out what the future of these by the numbers shows look like, because I think that we can analyze all the objective data, and that is such an important part of what we do here. But at the end of the day, our analysis of the data is the thing that I think attracts people to watching this show. And I always find that the chats themselves have, during the shows, have the most interesting feedback on the different power rankings, the cast members. So we're going to try something tonight. And what we're going to do is we're going to rate each cast member for the season out of 10. And the way we're going to do this isn't like Mike said, where it's, okay, was this cast member funnier than this cast member? Because, funny is subjective. It's hard to do that. Well, we want to take into account some of the data. So the screen time, the power rankings, the appearances. Think about all of those things, who made impactful moments on the show this season. Think about the sketches that you saw throughout season 47. And let's talk about what the standard is for a great SNL season on the show. I think if you're talking about somebody who had a transcendent season on the show, and we say, wow, this season was their season, like a Phil Hartman, let's say in season, 14, 15, 16, he was putting up numbers that were just outrageous. That to me is like a 10 out of 10 season. Obviously, there are some cast members who produce 1 out of 10 seasons. I don't need to name them, but there are that do that through maybe no fault of their own, but that's just the case. And we want to document that a little bit and have some fun with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each cast member. Myself, Mike, and Nicole will give them a rating out of 10. And we also asked the SNL Network patrons to give each cast member a rating out of 10. We will then take the average of those 4 ratings. So each of our ratings are worth 25%. And then we will give the cast member a total rating for the season based on me, Mike, Nicole, and the SNL Network patrons. Okay? Guys, you ready for this exercise? All right, so let's do it. Let's start and this, by the way, we're going to do this in alphabetical order, regardless of repertory or featured players, because that way we can compare and, not have any bias whatsoever when we're doing this. Okay. Let's start off with our first cast member that we're going to be talking about. And I'll also put the ratings up on screen as we go. And we will start with Aristotle Athari. So this is a very interesting case that we're going to talk about here. Aristotle Athari, his first season on the show, came on, had some really big moments at the start of the season. We had Angelo. We had Laughing Tosh 3000. And remember, what we're talking about here is canon SNL. So we're not talking about anything that is cut for time, anything that happened in dress rehearsal. We're just talking about things that made it onto the show. Aristotle finished with 28 appearances in the season. That was 19th place out of 21. He was only ahead of the Weekend Update anchors in Colin and Michael. His total screen time, 15 minutes and 38 seconds, was 21st of the season, so in last place. All right. Nicole, can I start with you on this one?
Okay. This is big. I'm doing the first rating of the first cast member we're talking. Okay. I mean,
are you okay with this? Do you want to start?
Yeah, I guess I'm honored that you would trust me to, I could just mess it all up right now. I could break all the rules. So
I trust you. I would like to get your rating out of 10. Tell us your thought process, how you're going to go into these ratings. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So, something about me that I think people know, but maybe I think it comes off a little less than it's real. I'm very neurotic and precise about things, and it's like a Jewish thing. It's an OCD thing. I'm very like precise about things, and so when we wanted to do this, I thought about it for so much. Like, how am I going to take an out of 10 number and really like be true to my like, fun and creative side of how I want to approach things and rank things and discuss things, but also that person who like doesn't want to just throw out numbers without really thinking about it and like, just being very precise. And so, yeah, so basically like in my mind, I'm thinking about it in different ways. I think we talk so much about like how it sometimes looks amazing when someone doesn't get a lot of screen time, but they rank high on our MVP poll a lot. Like that's like even better than getting a lot of screen time and not being memorable in so many ways. So like it's a lot of sort of it's a lot of like two sides of the same coin, the way that I'm thinking about this. So for Aristotle, okay. The thing for me, and another factor is for me is a trajectory. So like if someone had a great first half of the season, okay, cool. But if they trended downwards heading into the next season, to me, that's very significant. And that's unfortunately what did happen with Aristotle. I think we saw a lot more from him in the beginning, and that kind of momentum fell gradually and very notably in the second half. So because of that, I'd say the main reasons I want to think about Aristotle in terms of the downward slope and the trend of his screen time, of what made air, just being last in the season. I think what really does hurt him is that his two counterpart rookies had the two best rookie seasons we've seen in recent memory, as we posted today, rookie screen time chart of the last 3 years. So just by pure comparison, that really hurts him, and that's through no fault of his own. It's just that was a lot of good timing and production stuff, and so, but it does hurt him. And then also this being the biggest cast, it's a huge cast. So to have like the comparison of having the biggest cast with being compared to two rookies who somehow, despite having a massive cast, still stood out more than any other rookies in recent memory. All of these things are working against him. And while I want those things to make me up his score, out of just wanting, understanding where it's coming from, it's still just an objective fact that these things played against him heavily. And with all of that said, I'm going to give him a 3.
Okay. So Nicole is going to give Aristotle a 3 out of 10 for the season. Okay. Mike, over to you for your rating for Aristotle for season 47.
What do I want to start with? I mean, this has been a storyline all year, and it's been very worthy. Statistically, let's not, let's acknowledge the elephant in the room. Probably one of the worst statistical seasons in SNL history, and I haven't hit it. I'm an Aristotle fan. I've been rooting for him big time. But like the numbers are really bad. I mean, 15 minutes. 1538, right? Yeah, 1538 is his total, and that's like generous, because a lot of the screen time I remember doing for Aristotle, if he wasn't for 4 seconds in a Spider-Man suit, he was answering phones in the background of the Fox News Ukraine cold open, or in the background of the congressional hearing and the Kim Kardashian open, where he could have been an extra. So some of that's is a good chunk of his screen time. So at all said and done, Aristotle had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually 4 appearances of a minute or more, and one of them is one I mentioned, the background of the Fox News telethon open. Other one was contestant in the Word Crunch, and then his 2 known appearances, Angelo in the Laugh and Toss 3000, which were in the Rami Malek and Jonathan Majors episodes, respectively. So I'm going to give Aristotle a 3 as well. That's what I have down on my notes. And, statistically, 12.56 is his power ranking score, which is real bad. But I think that I have to bump him up, from like a 1.2, if we're going by that, out of 100 to more towards a 3, because I don't know if I've seen a cast member really capture this underdog audience like he has. Way different than Melissa has been. Way different than even Punkie a little bit last season, which are underdogs we've rooted for sure. Because I think Aristotle brings an original angle comedically, and I think that he's somebody that if he came back, you wouldn't be surprised because of his low stats, but you wouldn't be surprised because you'd be like, I feel like this dude has stuff to bring to the table that other cast members don't. So maybe he's not going to be the next Beck Bennett. The 3 of us did a podcast before the season, and we're like, who's going to get the boyfriend or the dad roles? And like, this dude's like, seems like a good looking guy. Like maybe it'll be him. It's not going to be him. I don't think Aristotle is going to be the straight man.
But those eyes, Mike.
Yeah, he's a good looking dude. But I just don't think it's going to be him. And he did have the Michael Che landlord, Mr. Milos cut. Angelo was cut a couple times. So there's if you are somebody who's bringing characters to SNL, I just think that's a huge sign of somebody who's fit for the show. And so Again, ultimately very disappointing season. We look at the segments. He didn't stand out in any of the segments. Cold opens, pre-taped. He's not like a pre-tape guy. He's not a live sketch guy. He's unfortunately didn't find his footing on the show, and that a lot of it could be dealing with writer politics and that type of stuff. And like Nicole said, being in a giant cast and with two other like really strong rookies. But I'm giving Aristotle a 3 for this season.
For sure. I honestly, this is the thing for me, is that I'm kind of a harsh grader. Like, if somebody really deserves to have a great season, I will give out a 10. But I think Aristotle had statistically one of the worst seasons ever. And the only reason that I wouldn't give Aristotle, and there have been some bad seasons, by the way, in the history of the show. I don't think Aristotle has had the worst season ever, because he had these like two characters that really resonated. He got them on the show. It was his first season, so I'm not going to like say that, you have to give that a little bit of a caveat. But that's the only reason why I wouldn't give him a 1 out of 10, because I just think that he's not like there was episodes where he just wasn't even there. I mean, he was in the building, but it wasn't like a Pete Davidson situation where he wasn't there for other reasons. Like, he was there, he just wasn't being written for. I can think of so many weeks where we got the information about the dress rehearsal sketches, and we got to see even in dress rehearsal, he wasn't in anything. So for me, it was really crazy to talk about this week after week with Aristotle. Can you guys hear me now? I just want to make sure we're good.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Sorry, guys. So just for me, there was weeks where even in dress rehearsal, we didn't even see anything. So I like Aristotle. I like what I've seen from him. I think as objectively as possible, I hope they bring him back on the show, but I can't justify giving him more than a 2 out of 10 for this first season on the show. I think that's really where I feel comfortable giving him. I think there have been 1 out of 10 seasons in the history of the show. I don't think this is a 1 out of 10 season, but I do think that this is as close as you can get to being at a 2. But like I said, we also asked our patrons for their ratings as well, and the patrons were a little bit nicer. So they decided to give Aristotle, their totals average came out to a 4.13, which will be, added to a 4 for Aristotle. So that will give him a total score of a 3 out of 10 for season 47, and that's where Aristotle will end up. So Mike and Nicole definitely had that right. And I'll just say it again, I would love to have Aristotle back on the show next year and to get to see what he do. I'm not necessarily saying, hey, it's all his fault, but we have to look at the season and talk about, from the numbers perspective, how this whole thing turned out. Okay. Up next, we do have Aidy Bryant, who was there for her last season on the show. She finished up her run at SNL in her 10th season at the show. She came out 4th in total screen time at 95 minutes and 36 seconds. For sketch appearances, she was in 8th place at 62 sketches. There was a couple episodes where she did miss this season. Let's talk about some notable moments for Aidy. I mean, the trend forecasters, how can you not talk about this new pairing that she had with Bowen throughout this season? We also talked a lot of times on the podcast about how her and Sarah got along great behind the scenes, and she really helped her. So, this was a very fun season for Aidy Bryant. There was also the mattress store sketch, which was one of the, best sketches of the season as voted by the fans that we discussed last week on the season 46 postseason roundtable. So I'm interested to know where you guys feel Aidy Bryant's season rates. Mike, I'll start with you on this one. Do you want to give your rating for Aidy Bryant?
I would love to. I'm really glad that the mattress store was mentioned, because I had that in my notes. I'm looking at her appearances again. Just because I mentioned it for Aristotle, I'd be remiss if I didn't for Aidy. 62 appearances, 38 of them were 1 minute plus. So it just shows the usage versus the actual gross number that we're giving you of how many times do they appear or give a voiceover or any capacity. 80s to 62, but like 38 of those, that means that, like, again, I've mentioned it before, how I collect screen time. It's literally, is your body on stage or are you speaking? So that's like, I'm definitely as strict as I can to make it consistent as possible, but also, generous if you're, off screen and speaking. Obviously, that's you're contributing to the sketch. And I want to talk about Aidy Bryant's range. I'm a huge Aidy fan. I've never said it on the show before, but like one of my favorite cast members. So I don't think my bias went into this because I'm the analytical guy on this show, and this is an analytical show. But Aidy Bryant's range, I think, is underreported. She has poked fun at herself, and I want to mention this sketch too, the 80s Dream sketch from the Oscar Isaac episode. I love, especially now that we have the knowledge that it's her last season. We'll talk about Pete, Kyle, and Kate as well when they come up. But when a cast member really can pinpoint what they bring to the show, it means that they have an identity at the show. So if you can't really point to, what exactly do you do here? Then I think that's a problem, because SNL is a show of personalities. And I think Aidy Bryant has been an amazing personality, that she's been on the show plenty long enough, but I think that it hasn't been said enough that she really does do it all. I think even more so than Kate McKinnon. And, I'm glad we got less Ted Cruz as the season went on, but 80s Dream, The Mattress Store, Mother's Day Gifts. And then, so she plays a mom, plays a teacher, Home Goods, she played a mom. Mother's Day Gifts, she played a mom. She did that in the Regina King episode last season. But, Porch Scene plays the Kate McKinnon, nerdy friend. And also the Kids Clash, which I think was probably my favorite sketch of the Will Forte episode. I thought she really stole that sketch a lot in the pit of cream that she was trying to find a flag in. I thought she was like phenomenal in that sketch. And I think, she really had to reel in Lizzo a lot in that Black Eyed Peas sketch. So I think her veteran leadership in a sketch like that, where Lizzo is probably having the time of her life, and it shows. And we loved Lizzo because we were laughing along with her. But at the end of the day, if Aidy Bryant wasn't there, that sketch might have got a little out of hand. And then the trend forecasters, she also played Mother Earth on Update as well. But the trend forecasters, I think, was a huge gift to the SNL Network by the Numbers team, because I think me and Nicole have related to those two characters because of just, we have a very large computer that beeps loud. That's how I feel my laptop is too, with gushing SNL data. So that was a gift to us and a great send off for Aidy Bryant. And I don't know if it's my highest score, but I'm giving Aidy Bryant a 9. I think this is an extremely strong season for Aidy Bryant. I think she went out totally on her own terms, and I thought it was a fantastic season for Aidy Bryant. I'm giving her a 9.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree. I think this was a great season for Aidy. Statistically, in the top 10 for appearances and screen time. Like I said, she missed a couple of episodes, so you have to wonder what she could have done even if she was there for the whole season. And, some of the cast members who ended up leaving, like, I really felt like it was their time. I think we've been talking for a long time about Aidy Bryant leaving the show and when she's going to leave, and she's been, lumped in with Kate and with Cecily, but I wouldn't have minded if we got another season from Aidy Bryant. I mean, I really, really liked what I saw from her. I felt like, with maybe one exception, we didn't really get this Kate Aidy pairing that we got, for many seasons in a row, that I felt like we was getting like drilled into our heads. This time I felt like the range of characters that she was producing was really great. I almost feel like there's some type of thing that happened where just like Aidy walked into this season. She felt like, at least from our perception, that she was open to doing anything. She was open to working with anybody. And I think that's exactly what you want out of a veteran cast member. For me, I wouldn't say that this was like one of the greatest seasons ever. I think I'm going to land at an 8 out of 10 because I think that's a very strong season. I don't think it was the best season on the cast or historically, a historically amazing season, but I think this was a very strong season for Aidy to finish out her run on the show. Nicole, where are you on Aidy Bryant?
Yeah. Wow. This is an emotional one to talk about. I also love Aidy. I think she's brought so much to the show. I would disagree with Mike when you said that you think that she. I think it was about how she has more range than Kate. In my opinion, no one has more range than Kate. I think even in the history of the show, I guess Bill Hader is kind of coming to mind. But I really like. Yeah, the range wise, that's where I disagreed with you. But I love Aidy. I think she has brought so much to the show. She has made me laugh so much and in so many different ways, all so for so many years. And what really? Can you go back to the
Yeah,
other
of
one,
course.
John?
Yeah. No
Okay,
problem. Yeah.
thanks. What stands out that we've been talking about this season for 80 is the connection to the new cast and the new writers and the new era. I think I've said this before on the podcast when we do compare and we lumped in Kate, Cecily, and 80, and this era that is wrapping up is kind of will be known as their era in a lot of ways, and it is regarded as such. And I think of all three of them, I don't know that 80 is my favorite, but I think she, not that we know Cecily's leaving, but I think if all three of them were to leave, 80 would be definitely the one I'd be saddest to see go because of these fresh dynamics that she's built at the show. And because I feel like we're seeing things from her that we haven't seen yet. As amazing as Kate's goodbye, and I don't mean to talk too much about Kate while we talk about 80, but as amazing as Kate's goodbye was, it was a callback to something nostalgic. Whereas 80's was kind of more sad because it was like, oh my gosh, it's a new character that it's only your third time doing it. And we could get so much more out of this if you stuck around. So that was sad. It was very bittersweet that we saw her do a character that we, in a parallel universe, that could have been like a Stefan level in terms of how much we saw those characters at the desk and the merch and how it would transcend the show and go to bed bitch and all those things. And I still think it will, but it did make me sad to think that if she had even stuck around one more year, I think that duo would have just been massive, massive, massive. Also, another thing more specifically is I just love 80's partnership with Celeste Yim. Celeste is one of my favorite writers, probably of all the writers, the one who is listed most often on the sketches I find to be my favorites week to week. I've loved their work on the show, and I've loved a lot of the collaborations they've done with 80 specifically. I think that's like where I just find 80 doing so much fresh stuff is like working with Celeste and Bowen and Sarah. I wish we had seen more of them on screen, but I know behind the screen there's been a lot of them working together. So all that said, so many great moments. There's this nostalgia factor, the sadness for me that I feel like there's more from 80 that I feel like we could have seen. Maybe that's a function of her having joined the show. She was definitely one of the younger cast members ever to join, not a Pete Davidson level, but she was 25 when she joined. So I feel like now if she had joined the show later, like on a different timeline, there we're just that's it. I keep saying the same thing. I think there's more we could have seen from 80. But she made me laugh a lot. 80's Dream was one of my favorites of the season. Trend forecasters, between the pop culture obsessedness that I am and the numbers, stats, report obsessed that I am, those characters spoke so much to me, more than like maybe anybody this season, in terms of like, oh, that is me. It's amazing. So just I love her. I'm gonna miss her so much. And I feel like it's the yeah, I think there was more that we could have seen perhaps in terms of like I don't know. You know what? The more I talk, I had an 8 in my mind, but it's a 9 for me actually. I was really gonna give it an 8, but she's a 9. I'm more. It's fun that we're doing this really on the spot because I'm like, oh wow, like I'm very moved emotionally, and I want to give her a 9, so it's a 9.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, and that's why I love talking about the stuff on the podcast, because I think it's fun to convince each other. It's fun to discuss the arguments. I mean, I gave 80 an 8. Mike and Nicole gave 80 a 9. Let's talk about what the patrons gave Aidy Bryant. And, taking into the patrons, all of the patron scores, they ended up at about a 7.44. So that's like pretty much as close as you can get to reaching up to the 8, but she does get a 7 from the patrons. So that will bring her average to an 8 for the season, even though Mike and Nicole gave her a 9. So, an 8 season is a great season for Aidy Bryant. And I think that, we're going to remember her having a very strong season as we go. Okay, let's talk about the next cast member that we want to talk about. And let's talk about Michael Che and his season on the show. So, it's interesting always to talk about Weekend Update anchors and talk about, compare them to previous seasons on the show. Obviously, Che was in a sketch earlier this season, but really beyond that, was just on Weekend Update. So his sketch appearances were only at 22. I believe it was a pre-tape that he was in where he took his bag and went home as if he was ready to quit the show, which was very funny. He was 8th overall in screen time at 77 minutes and 29 seconds. Let's talk about notable moments. I mean, this is going to apply to Colin Jost and Michael Che, but they both passed Seth Meyers in Weekend Update anchor appearances from this season. During this season. So really, for me, that's very monumental to talk about their longevity on the show. I don't think that I had a moment this season where I was like, wow, Che is hitting on all cylinders. But I think he had a very solid season as a Weekend Update anchor. I know that I would probably say that the most I've enjoyed him was his back and forths with the trend forecasters a little bit. But I haven't really gotten much from him to me that could justify me putting him more than a 5 out of 10. I think this was like an average season for a Weekend Update anchor. And I think that's probably where I'm comfortable landing today. Nicole, let's go to you next for your rating for Michael Che.
Yeah. So sorry, remind me or not remind me because it happened 14 seconds ago. What was your number?
I'm going to give him a 5 out of 10 for the season.
Okay. So yeah, I feel similarly to you. I think that with Michael Che, we don't have as much on the surface to work with in terms of different things that have happened. For me, what comes up is the jokes that he told at the desk, the way that he interacted with guests at the desk, and then also I'm going to factor in, well, I don't know, we're making the rules as we go, but how do you feel about factoring in writing credits, John?
I think it's fine. I think it counts. I mean,
Yeah. It's
a
a little unfair because we don't know, nobody even there. You don't know exactly who wrote what joke and what line, but there are themes to take from who is credited on which sketches and things like that. So yeah, for Che, I would say there weren't a lot of memorable moments for me on screen. I agree that what I liked his interactions with the trend forecasters, but I think that was through the work of Aidy and Bowen more so than Che. I think he was sort of like the comic relief and the prop. Literally, it was him and a couple miscellaneous props that became the butt of the joke at the end. And I don't think that was really him being funny. I think that was like Aidy and Bowen and Celeste and Allison Gates and people who were involved with those. It was them being funny. And then some of the sketches that Che was involved with, at least as far as the writing credits are concerned, were some of my least favorites of the season. I'm going to bring up the Amber Heard Johnny Depp cold open. Not for me. I didn't like it at all. And you contrast it to the Roe v. Wade one the week before that was Colin Jost written. And that one, it's not that I really loved having, in theory, like a guy writing about the abortion one, but really like it couldn't have been better to me. So I have to give Colin credit there. And just for those to be back to back, week to week, the way for me, it's like a forced comparison to be made between these two head writers is knowing one was heavily involved with one cold open that I was so touched by and I thought was just very smart and tonally appropriate and quirky and fun and whatever, versus one that was like, I'm pretty sure my least favorite of the season was the Amber Heard Johnny Depp one. So yeah, he didn't bring much for me. With that said, this is kind of unfair and a little bit not canon, but the shows that I did go to live, I love that Che is the one who warms up the crowd. I think that it's very clear that he, at least if you could argue that he is a little bit checked out and he has all this press where it's like, I want to leave. I wanted to leave for 5 years. I never want to leave. It's sort of like all these different things going on and that he says that are contradictory. With all that said, whether he's checked out or not, I think it's clear that he, enjoys at least the crowd in person, making it more enjoyable for us, setting the tone for the night. Every show, 2 shows a night, dress and live. He does that. So yeah, all of that said, I'm gonna give him a 5 as well.
Okay, so a 5 from Nicole. And, Nicole, you did hit on something right before we head over to Mike, which is just, I think that Shay's approach to a lot of things is just taking this subject and being like, but what else aren't we thinking about it? Or what else do we have to talk about if this is happening, then this is happening. And that doesn't always work. Like sometimes it's brilliant when he takes this other angle towards things, but other times it doesn't always click. And I wonder if this season was a little bit more miss than hit with some of those things. Mike, would love your opinion and your rating from this season on Michael Che.
Sure. I think Michael Che is a case of we won't fully appreciate him until he's gone. I like the voice that he brings to the show. I think Update might be getting a little stale and might need a change. Clearly we're in the tenure of the administration of the longest serving Update anchors with him and Colin Jost. So clearly we've seen a lot of these two, and I think they've really evolved into like a total force behind that desk. I remember when they started, I did not think they were very good together. They like it was a little rough to begin, and I think they're like total pros. They look like they invented the Weekend Update. Michael Che got 31 minutes and 43 seconds less than Colin Jost this season, and I just had to throw that out there because it's my most FAQ as the SNL stat guy. It's just crazy. I mean, it's over a half hour more screen time. But if you watch the show, you would not think so, because Michael Che is so present in those segments, and he's always commenting and reacting to Colin's joke telling, which I think is maybe his signature. If you look back at Neil and McDonald, Quinn, Tina, Amy, all those people, I think Michael Che's ability to just elevate someone else's joke when you can't even see him, even him laughing at Colin's transitions or things like that, I think gives him points. As far as his writing this season, again, we don't have the full full grasp of what he contributed to, but he did contribute to the Jasmine and Aladdin infamous sketch with Pete and Kim, the Prince
so it's his fault.
auditions. Yeah, I mean, you could say that he had a hand in this for sure. So I think that was a decent sketch, but it was has more ramifications off air than on air. Also the ladies' night sketch with Kim as well, and Skims. So he was heavily involved in that episode, for better or worse. The trivia game show with Lizzo, Prince auditions with Rami Malek, and the casino proposal with Sudeikis, which I think was one of Kenan's highlights this season. I really liked Kenan in that sketch. I thought he was really funny in that. And the Nugenics pre-tape with Willem Dafoe, which I thought was great. So we'll never know him and Jost and Anna Dresden, Allison Gates. They probably have written jokes for so many sketches that they didn't put their name on. I'm going to give Michael Che a 5 this season. I don't think it was a great season for Update. That might have been hindered by we didn't get any joke swaps, and I know that's like their signature. So Christmas and end of season, we didn't get that. I'm glad that Michael Che did get to interact with Bowen and Aidy on those trend forecasters. Just because just seeing Michael Che with props was always funny. So he's gonna get a 5 because it was just right down the middle for me. I did love him though in the inventing Chloe pre-tape. I mean, he was in there for like 5 seconds, and I thought it was great.
Me too.
So last season he was cut from the Kyle Mooney Valentine's Day sketch, and I was just bummed because I just love when Michael Che is in a pre-tape or even in a sketch, just because it's like, hey, show that you actually care and are involved, because we all know that you love the show as much as you say on Instagram that you're going to leave. So yeah, I think I'm a big Michael Che fan. He's one of the few edgier voices on the show that can, make people cringe still, which I think the show needs. Whether it's your brand or not, I just think that, Michael Che is a very valuable voice on the show. As far as ranking, yeah, totally easy for me, 5.
Yeah, I mean, fives across the board for Michael Che from Mike, Nicole, and I. The patrons were a little bit higher on Che this season. They averaged out to a 7 for Michael Che, which gives him a 6 total for the season, which I think is totally fair. I mean, I think you can make an argument that he is a 5 or a 6. So I think that makes sense for Che. It's always interesting to talk about these weekend update anchors and compare them to weekend update anchors of decades past, especially when they are also head writers. I think Che has probably had better seasons at Saturday Night Live that I would rate higher, but I think that this was an average season for Michael Che, and that's why the ranking reflects as such. All right, up next, this will be a fun one to talk about. And let's talk about the season that we had for Pete Davidson, or the season that we didn't really have for Pete Davidson, because part of it, he wasn't there. And he finishes in 17th place, both in sketch appearances and total screen time. So 42 minutes and 50 seconds. He was only in 32 sketches, most of which were, pre-February. Let's talk about some notable moments for Pete Davidson. I think you can, talk about his story arc on the show as, what happens when Kim Kardashian comes to host the show. Pete Davidson obviously has this very famous sketch with Kim where they kiss, and, things end up sparking. They end up, becoming an item, and we find out through the media that they're together. And then it's, it's basically on from that point is how much longer will Pete Davidson be there? Then he has this amazing pre-tape during the Omicron episode called An Evening with Pete that I think most people felt like was the proper goodbye to Pete Davidson, but it wasn't. And he was there for the rest of the season, at least credited. And we finally do get him back on the season finale where he gives his farewell to Lorne Michaels and everybody who has watched him on SNL for 8 seasons. So, Nicole, how would you rate Pete's 8th season at the show?
Okay, so here's where we're going to get interesting as far as what these numbers mean. And I love our screen time data. I love being rigid and making decisions based on objective numbers, things like that. But something I've been saying that every time I say it rings more true about Pete Davidson is that the most influential, the most that he gave the show this season, the best thing for the show was when he wasn't there, was when he was in the headlines every day. That's for the show. Like SNL really needs that. It needs cast members who, I said this earlier tonight, it needs cast members who are off doing other projects that make them more famous, which in turn makes the show more important because it has cast members who from other projects. And it needs people who are in the headlines, like who are relevant in that Hollywood, zeitgeist of who's who and who's doing what, who's sending pictures from bed with to Kanye West with Kanye West's ex-wife. I mean, that sentence is like insane. And like that makes the show that for people like us who are going to watch it anyway and analyze it anyway, everybody in the chat right now, for people like us, it doesn't matter. But it does matter for us because it brings more people to the show, and it puts more people here who want to engage with it the way that we do and want to talk about it. And I think that's really important. I think if I were at the show, if I were a cast member or a writer or a crew member or someone who does the cue cards, anything like that, I would like have resentment about how somebody who was really on his own terms was more important than a lot of people who were there all the time. That's like a weird thing to reconcile, is how can someone who put in way less work than most people actually have contributed way more to the show and to the zeitgeist. That's frustrating, but it's true. It's just the way that it is. It's really how SNL has always been. People making headlines and being celebrities and rock stars and things like that. That's important to the heartbeat of the show. And also on a more objective level, like he owned the pre-tape category. He had the most screen time in pre-tapes of any other cast member. And that's important. He had a lot of really memorable moments that were pre-tapes, which, as we talk about, it's not the beating heart of the show is the live stuff, Saturday Night Live, but the future of the show is in large part, it's a lot of pre-tapes, and it's a lot of like more high-tech stuff. And Pete Davidson, both his own talent and the people who work with him, he got big wet to work with him, big star that we all knew about before.
Big wet star.
Exactly. Who went to my high school, who I will bring that up every time. A few years above me. I did not know him at the time, but now I know him, if you're listening.
When he was a little wet.
Yeah, exactly. Or when he was medium wet and I was a lot younger than him. Anyways.
Yeah, Pete Davidson knows a lot about wet.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
so in addition to my whole rambling that I resent the way I feel about that, because I value, it's important. Like Pete Davidson joked that like the fact that he could barely show up to work and yet be so successful is like kind of insane. But in terms of all that, like he gave us a lot of really good pre-tapes. His partnership with Chris Redd, I'd say, was stronger last season, but they still did a lot of fun stuff together. He did a lot of good stuff, and he helped the show. So I'm gonna say, I'll say a 6.
Wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that from. Okay. So a 6. Okay.
What, the way I was
Interesting.
talking? Did you think I'd be
Yeah, I thought you were
higher?
gonna go lower than that, but that's okay. That's
Oh, you
good.
thought
Okay,
lower
so
than that. The way I
I
was
thought you were gonna go
talking.
lower than that.
All right, it's a 6.
All right. Okay. So Nicole's going with a 6. Michael, where are you gonna go with Pete Davidson?
This is a really tough one to grade. I think you can definitely subtract points and add points very easily with Pete, where with everyone else we're talking about, it's, very macro and just looking at, the sketches and looking at the data, where Pete, it's like, I just think one of the funniest stats I've come up with this season, and now I have a complete stat on it, is that pre Kim Kardashian, Pete Davidson averaged 3 minutes 3 seconds per episode. Very
Pre Kim Kardashian hosting or pre Kim Kardashian dating?
Dating.
Okay.
Like confirmed dating. So this is like from the premiere through Willem Dafoe. If my memory is correct, Willem Dafoe is January 30th. And Pete like confirmed dating Kim early February. They were seen together before that, but Pete was still showing up to work and stuff. Post Kim Kardashian dating, 42 seconds per episode. So there's like hardly a more stark stat of the season than pre and post Kim K for Pete Davidson. I think that we can't talk about Pete without that pre-tape in the Paul Rudd. I think that that could have been Pete's last episode. It was the last episode for director Don Roy King and Anna Dresden. It could have been Pete's last episode, and I think we all would have been like, wow, that was like the perfect send-off for Pete. Meta as hell. Totally got some, last jabs in at the show, and, Colin Jost, and really acknowledged it was like, Citizen Kane, Raging Bull, It's a Wonderful Life, like all in one. It was the longest pre-tape of the season. It really felt like an intentional move. Like, I can't imagine that being cut, but it was such a long pre-tape. I mean, I would love an oral history someday of the Paul Rudd episode, because the pre-tapes were long in that episode. So I'm curious if they normally cut them down, and in this case they were, just unedited because it needed more content. But then we obviously they used the pre-tapes because they needed content. They couldn't do live, but Pete Davidson had, I think, a fantastic season 46. We were talking a lot about him and his live work that season. Of course, he had his rap pre-tapes and with Chris Redd, like Nicole mentioned, but I think he really had a strong live season last year, and his screen time and power ranking reflected that. He had 1,000-point season last year. This season, not so much, but I'm giving Pete Davidson a 5. I think he loses 2 points for his absences, but gains 2 points for the impact he had in the season. I think was positive. I don't think it was negative. I think him missing time did not hurt the show. Maybe it hurt his legacy a little bit, but I personally, I don't think so. And I think that we look back, we'll be thankful that Pete gave us a couple more things. I mean, his last sketch appearance is him as the Beast in Beauty and the Beast in the Willem Dafoe sketch, which I think is just kind of like a weird way for Pete Davidson to leave SNL. I mean, he did come back in the update desk once, again in the finale, and had his Netflix short ass movies, but like really went out with a fizzle. But I think if you consider the Paul Rudd Evening with Pete pre-tape, it was just like I Pete Davidson for sure knew that he was leaving then. I mean, that's not up for debate. I think that you don't make that kind of sketch without your goodbye in mind. And it's not canon, but I mean, he did make a final pre-tape about Lorne Michaels for the finale, which I think is like a complete crime that it wasn't included for his last episode. So just have to mention that since no one else did.
Yeah, that's fair. So Nicole goes with a 6. Mike goes with a 5. I think for me, I mean, like, look, let me make a comparison to last season, which last season, I do think, and I've said this before, was Pete Davidson's best season on the show. He was tapped in. Every sketch appearance he had impactful moments on the show. And that's really what I talk about, the word impactful. It's not just to glorify my opinions on the show. It's really to say, like, what resonates with the audience. And I felt like last season, there were so many times where everyone's like, wow, Pete Davidson was the best part of that particular sketch. I think it was rare when we actually got that this season while he was on screen. There were some pre-tapes that I think he had some really good moments in. Three Sad Virgins, I think, was a really good one. I think Walking in Staten, some people liked it, some people didn't, but I felt like that was a big moment for him this season. So he had some moments on the show, but I don't think we could talk about his season without counting the fact that he was absent, not simply just to film another project, but also without us understanding what the actual reason was that he was absent for so many episodes this season. So, I mean, taking into account everything I saw this season from Pete Davidson on Saturday Night Live, I would probably lean towards a 5 or a 6, but I think that just based on everything that came together for Pete's season 47, I would probably go with a 4. I think that was probably where I feel, most comfortable ranking Pete's final season. I think last season it was closer to me of, an 8 or maybe even a 9 for Pete, but this season I sort of felt like was a 4. And yeah, that's where I feel. And I will say, had he left at Christmas, my rating would be much, much higher for Pete Davidson. I think that would have changed my perspective on his season 47. Okay, let's get the rating from the patrons as well. And the patrons went down the board a perfect 5 for Pete Davidson. So he finishes up at a 5 out of 10. Mike, did you want to say anything else about Pete?
Yeah, I just thought it was an interesting stat that he was absent for 7 episodes. Out of the 21 episodes, only 20 of them had a traditional cold open. And Pete appeared in 9 cold opens. So it's pretty good hit rate.
That's a good stat. Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, so our ratings so far for cast members in: Aristotle at a 3, Aidy at an 8, Jay at a 6, and then Pete at a 5. Let's talk about Mikey Day on the cast this season. And Mikey comes in his 6th season on the show, ends up being in the top 5 of total screen time, over 93 minutes of screen time. Also ends up in the top 5 in appearances with 69 sketch appearances this season. I mean, there were some moments, but I think Long-Term Boyfriends, that was in a Selena Gomez episode. To me, that was the standout sketch for Mikey Day from this season, something that the pre-tape that everybody seemed to love, but mostly just fit in as a strong utility player. Obviously, the writing factor is something you have to consider as well when he's consistently writing with Streeter, and they wrote a lot of fun sketches this season. So let's talk about Mikey Day's season at the show and get some ratings. Over to our Mike Murray. What is your rating for Mikey Day?
This is, I think, might be the toughest one. I don't know what you guys think about the difficulty of ranking. The stats favor Mikey real heavily. So right away, you have to give him a high number or you're being unfair. And Mikey Day had like a hot streak of all hot streaks to end the season. 7 minutes, 42 seconds per episode in the last 6 episodes. So we saw a ton of Mikey at the end of the season, where Chris Redd waned a little bit at the end, where he was like real hot in the middle. We saw a little less Chris Redd and we saw a lot more Mikey. I think Mikey Day, it's modern SNL would be hard to imagine without him, as strange as that seems, because the SNL does a great job at finding like everyman cast members, whether it's, Jason Sudeikis or Phil Hartman or people like that are just beloved because they can be anything. Mikey Day doesn't have that shine that those cast members do. But I think he's incredibly invaluable of what he brings as a writer and as a utility player. And I've, mentioned the long-term boyfriend sketch. Like Mikey Day doesn't have to be like the reactor. He can just carry a sketch on his shoulders. That sketch didn't need anybody else in it. It was really just him getting every single punchline and every laugh in that sketch. So I think that, Mikey Day is, more than capable of being not just a straight man. He can definitely carry the laughs in a sketch. No problem at all. I'm going to give him a 7 because he actually dipped a little bit this year statistically from last year, even with the additional episode. And I just think I see Mikey Day. I'm like, that's a 7 if I've ever seen one. That's really just like, I don't really know what your comedic identity is versus a Pete Davidson or a Sarah Sherman, who's, in the show way less than you. Whereas like, Mikey Day, I don't think has the character chops that even like a Heidi Gardner brings to an update desk. Or when you think of Mikey Day, what's the first thing you think of? It's like, I don't know. So it's not an 8 for me. Whereas statistically, I think I think he's more of an 8 statistically, but I'm going to put him at a 7 because of the body of work of this season. And I think if we went through most seasons with Mikey Day, he'd probably be a 7 as well.
Well, I sort of think that, and Mike does give a 7 to Mikey. So I think that for this, when Mike asked the question, what do you think of Mikey Day? I would think that traditionally his sketches are like lots of craziness happening around him. And he's the guy that's like, why is this craziness happening? And why is nobody else noticing this craziness? But I didn't really feel like that he did that much this season, which was a little bit refreshing to me. So I felt that there was some added juice to the things that he was doing on SNL this season. And, everybody knows I like it a juice. And I think that, for me, I would probably have gone somewhere closer to the 6 range if this was, my evaluation prior to these last stretch of episodes. But this hot streak really bumped him up for me. I would probably lean more towards an 8, but because there wasn't these standout, impactful moments that I feel like we're going to walk away from season 47 saying these are the great Mikey sketches, and there's only a couple at most, I think I have to also land on a 7 like Mike. Nicole, where are you on Mikey Day?
Yeah, all great points. I think it is that reactor, that what I mean. I saw somebody on TikTok. I attempted to do the impression of the impression, and I realized I have to drink some water. It didn't work, but I do think that he's getting a little bit trapped in the reputation of that one note thing that he does of being the reactor, exactly as you both said. And I think he's so integral in this way, this understated way. Like every time I go back through sketches to compile, like when we did our Pride compilation a few days ago on social media, or when we were doing some stuff to acknowledge the departing cast members this season, every time I'm going through old sketches for social media stuff, I'm like shocked at how many sketches he's in, even though we talk about it all the time. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, he was in that one and that one and that one. And that was still true this season. That it's always true with Mikey is you often don't even realize that he's in a sketch that he's in because he just blends into it. And he kind of can be an audience surrogate in that way of reacting to the insanity. So he just feels like he's one of us watching more than even being in the sketch sometimes. So yeah, I think like I don't think we even realize how much the show would lack without him because of that seamlessness that he brings to it. So we can't even, it's hard to picture what it would be like without him in that way. But with that said, I do favor people who are going to give me more things that I remember and that I want to talk about on the Monday morning. Like he's not so much that person of like when after an episode airs, it's like, I'm not really thinking about his performance. Maybe it's like his performance makes something work, but it's not the performance that I want to be talking about and that inspires me and that I'm remembering so much. But I mean, I think he's giving more to the show than any of us could really articulate, because it's just seamless. It's like he makes the fabric work, he makes the machine run. And the fact that he has had such a strong writing presence on the show for a long time, like that, before he was a cast member, like that stuff, and his partnership with Streeter. I just think he is a bigger part of the show. I mean, comparing, I know, like, I might get some flack for giving Pete a 6, and I'm fully with anyone who thinks that we shouldn't reward someone who is not putting in the work. It's just the reality is, like, Pete's influence gives him that number, and I think with Mikey, it's the opposite. I have to we have no choice but to reward someone who's just putting in so much and is so present, and he has Is It Cake on Netflix, and that's, people are loving that, and I am, and it has season 2, it's renewed, everything, but he's still very present and doing a lot. So I think he's a 7. Like, I just don't even see any other number to give him. He is a 7.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. And 7s across the board from all of us. And the patrons also gave him a 7. So I think that the chat really nailed it in the live chat when they're talking about Mikey. Had a pure 7 season. So, we always, I think and being a 7 on SNL is having a great SNL career. It's not, you can be 7s for 7 years and it could be a very solid run on Saturday Night Live. So nothing against Mikey Day. I just don't know that he had any of those crazy moments that were above a 7. One that was pointed out in the chat that we didn't talk about, but was his kid from the science room that he did with Cecily and Jason Sudeikis. And of course, that was a really strong sketch from the season as well. So all credit to Mikey on that character. Okay. Let's move on to our next cast member we're going to talk about, and we're going to talk about Andrew Dismukes, who comes in his second season at the show. And we talked about this a little bit earlier about how his stats didn't necessarily reflect a lot of the community's opinions on Andrew Dismukes. He came in about exactly 58 minutes of screen time, which was 15th out of 21st. He came in at 56 sketches for the season, which is really in the upper half of the season. But let's talk about some notable moments from the season. And there were some really fun ones, including Andy's Amazing Animals, which we saw on Weekend Update with the octopus that said that Andrew Dismukes would be dead for the next week. There's also the Beanie Babies sketch where he did that voiceover for that ended off one of the episodes we saw recently. And for me, it's just every single week I watched the show, I looked out for Andrew Dismukes. And the week that he was not there, I really felt like I missed him more than any other cast member that missed episodes this season between, Kate or Aidy or Cecily. Like Andrew Dismukes, I felt his absence. So for me, I would say that he had pretty much as good as a season as you're going to see from a featured player. So I'm going to give him an 8 out of 10 for this season on the show. Even though the statistics don't necessarily reflect the most amazing season, I think this is an eye test situation where I think he definitely deserves the score of 8 out of 10. Nicole, where would you put Andrew Dismukes?
Yeah, he had a very memorable season, and he escaped something that a lot of people might have predicted he would fall into, which is being the Pete Davidson replacement. Especially we had a time, kind of a test run, to see if that would happen in the spring when Pete wasn't around for the majority of the episodes. If anything, that was a good thing, because it showed us kind of, okay, where will people fit in to these roles? If it's not Pete, who is it? And I'm happy that Dismukes isn't the young kid who's gonna be like the Pete role. Like, I think that he is so different than Pete, and people who, including I think all of us at different points, have put him into that Pete role. Like, we have seen him in the Pete role in certain ways, and like he's someone else who joined the cast really young. Just, they have a lot in common at that surface level. But Dismukes this season proved that he's very much his own. He's not just gonna replace someone who leaves. I think that prom sketch at the finale last year really was like the catalyst for the just showing that his humor is a lot darker than he kind of comes across as and gets credit for. He seems like this kind of cheery, happy-go-lucky kind of person, and then we get to see more and more of his writing, and it's like, it's kind of dark, and it's different, and it's edgy, and he has like not an edgy vibe, so it's kind of cool to see that it feels different and refreshing. And yeah, I think also his leap from having a kind of like middle of the road first season to a very standout second season is a great storyline. Like, it's okay if you don't knock it out of the park your first season. Like, he was a writer first. Like, he's been gearing up gradually, having his voice heard more at the show, doing more. Like, I think it's a great case study. And like, it's you can have a few memorable moments in your first season, but not like really be all anyone's talking about, and then gear up in this gradual way to become one of the stars of the show, which I think we all have mentioned at some point tonight that that's where he's headed. And I think also points for the excitement that I have as I talk about it. It's like the upward trend that I feel in terms of heading into next season. I think we're about to see more from him, and it's an exciting thing. It's optimistic, and so all that said, it's an 8 for me as well.
Nice. Yeah. And I mean, I just think the other thing that, Nicole, that you kind of inspired in what I was thinking about it just really is like, I didn't feel at all like Andrew Dismukes was a featured player on the show this season. And like, I think when you watch the show, you're supposed to sort of feel like the first and second year cast members are featured on some sketches because there's so many repertory players. And that feeling was not felt at all. I felt like Andrew was very much a part of things. There was never really nights where he was absent, and even just behind the scenes writing as well. So I think that sort of justifies where I feel like I have to give him that high score. Mike, would love your opinion as well. Are you with us where you're closer to an 8, or do you have a different sense of evaluating Andrew Dismukes' second season on the show?
I think he's my favorite to evaluate this season because there's just like so much to talk about, and I'm glad you guys covered a lot that I don't have to. But I think if I were to like tell someone about the show, I'd be like, if there's like, one to watch, it would be Andrew Dismukes for sure. I just think like, I don't know. I put a lot of value as a fan on having a comedic voice. Like, maybe I took a point away from, Mikey or other people tonight because they're just like very good at what they do, but I don't really know exactly like, I mean for sure we know this is a Mikey Streeter sketch. I'm not saying that, but I mean that when Dismukes is front and center, I think that I'm a little bit more excited to see what we're going to see because I know we're now getting more familiar with his voice. So I mentioned earlier tonight his biggest appearances have been appeared later in the show, and that's it's not is the Mikey Streeter sketch that we normally see, monologue, first commercial break, we come back, and a lot of times we see that type of Mikey Day sketch where we I think we can see in the future might see the Dismukes sketch there. Him and Sarah Sherman might have a budding chemistry that to look forward to. I mean, the first episode they had the mail-in testing, and then they eventually had I think the winter formal with Andrew Dismukes, who was not the lead in the sketch. It was Pete and Sarah, but he, shout out Scotty and Gavin, like, with the weird stuff in his mouth. Like, to me, that's Andrew Dismukes. He, like, twice this season, he was like wearing a diaper. He was like, in like the throne room with Lizzo sketch, and being spanked by Lizzo, and he was like in the nativity sketch with Billie Eilish. I just think that when you come in and it's like, all right, this guy is a former writer, SNL has a history of like, top loading, random white dudes. And you're like, what does this guy bring to the show? He did not have a strong start to last season. I really didn't know what he was about. He was in the Kristen Stewart monologue, and he's in 45. He's like, what do you want from me, Kristen Stewart? Like, that was like, his tone, which was, did foretell maybe his tone on the show, because he does have a distinct voice, like actual voice, not just comedic voice. I'm gonna give him a 7. I think he had a really strong season, and I just don't think he's peaked yet. So I want to hold my judgment till his third and fourth season, because he's not going anywhere. I'm really excited to see what he does, and I just think if you're gonna buy stock in any cast member, it's Andrew Dismukes. He had like I said, the biggest boom of anyone. Power ranking up 42%, screen time up 55.6%. So like totally off the charts from rookie to sophomore season, and way more than a Punkie Johnson of his same class. And I think that we're gonna see him front and center doing a lot of stuff next season that we can't even comprehend this season, because the cast, he'll now be in his third year, and so I can see him being in more cold opens or popping up more in that first sketch that he didn't get this season.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things you're saying. I think that it's easier to be harder on the cast members the more years that they're on the show. So I think that even though the trajectory will go up, I think we'll be even, have a finer, look at the things that he's doing next year and evaluate how he's doing as a repertory player. The patrons also really loved his season on the show. They gave him a very high rating, and their average actually came out to an 8 for Andrew Dismukes as well. So we have 3 8s and a 7 for Andrew Dismukes, who comes in at an 8 for the season, the highest score we have, along with Aidy Bryant for the season. Okay. Next up, we got Chloe Fineman, who had a very interesting season. And I think there was a lot of hype about Chloe. There's obviously a lot of talk about Chloe outside of the show as well. Statistically, in terms of screen time, she was near the bottom of the list at only about 48 minutes of screen time, about 16th out of 21. She was about halfway, 11th out of 21st in terms of sketch appearances at 52. But there was these 2 pre-tapes near the end of the season, the Inventing Chloe, the Inventing Anna parody that we saw. We also saw the Understudy, where she played a lot of the cast members, a lot of the female cast members on the show. So, and those were, really well regarded and strong, and maybe, a future thing that we're going to see from Chloe Fineman. Nicole, would love to start with you on Chloe to get your opinion on her 3rd season at the show.
Yeah, so I feel like the way we were talking about Chloe's season in the first half is radically different from the way we're talking about it now. We were kind of baffled at her lack of, and I'm saying we, generally, like most of the voices on the SNL Network, on or by the numbers shows. I know I'll speak for myself. Just I felt like there was all this hype and momentum around her, and then in the fall, we just weren't having as many memorable moments from her. It wasn't just a lack of screen time, but more so just a lack of like that Monday morning moment that everyone's talking about. And I know we were all talking about how she like has great press. She's doing cool things. I feel like I was more excited to see her on like the Kelly Clarkson show or Drew Barrymore show than I was sometimes to see what she was doing at SNL. It felt like that was more kind of exciting to see from her. And I had wished we were getting more from her at the show. And then that really changed in the spring. I mean, the 2 notable moments that we have on the screen here, Inventing Chloe and The Understudy, are 2 of the defining pre-tapes of the season, like by anybody's account, like really memorable, exactly that like water cooler moment that doesn't so exist in this very remote world, but the term still applies. It's like everybody's talking about these things. Inventing Chloe, I just loved the way that it fused the pop culture moment of the moment, and it turned it into like this SNL thing. And literally the way, I mean, any like backstage kind of behind the scenes sketch, it's always fun to see like these random catered lunch events that are thrown, for people for Chloe Fineman to tell Oscar Isaac that he looks poor, right over this like prosciutto display, like in the studio, like things like that. It's just it's this beautiful combination of like appreciating the show and getting that backstage moment for the audience, and also like really fusing pop culture into it. And The Understudy was the same thing. It was like this undeniable appreciation of the show and its history and its present and its future, of like honoring all these cast members, many of whom we now know were on their way out the door, but also like fusing the pop culture stuff, having Elizabeth Olsen cameo. I know I have been hoping for her to host for a long time. When we did our Marvel poll of who from the MCU do you want to see host, Elizabeth Olsen was top of the list. So to pull her in that context, specifically for the Benedict episode, was just perfect. So I mean, I want to kind of take points away because I was so underwhelmed in the fall, but I'd rather be underwhelmed in the fall than in the spring. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather like have the positive momentum at the end of the season, which we do. But with that said, I think I I was impressed with her in ways that I didn't kind of expect. I would have liked to see more of her impression work on the show. She's such a great impressionist, and every time we saw it, it was great. And I think her impressions, less so than Melissa. I think the way she does impressions has more potential to fuse into the show and to the fabric of various sketches. So I want to see more from her, but not in the Dismukes way of I feel like she's on the brink of that. I feel like I'm heading into the next season. I'm hesitant. Like, am I going to be more likely to see her on the Drew Barrymore show than SNL? And not in the Pete way of like being off the grid, like in the way of like having a lot going on and not being as like immersed in the fabric of the show on a week to week basis, and then having some standout moments. I think like Chloe and Pete are similar in that way, but yeah, Chloe, I think gave a little bit more to the show on an objective level than Pete did this season. So I will give Chloe a 7.
Okay. Nicole gives Chloe a 7 out of 10. Mike, how are you feeling about Chloe's 3rd season at the show?
Big Chloe fan, but I think this was a disappointing season for her. I would have loved to see more range and have her break out more, especially in the absence of some of the female vets. I think there was a vacuum there that I really don't think she took advantage of. I don't know what she was writing that week, or if it was she got passed over for something else. But I think that like I was big on Bowen and Chloe going in the season. I thought it was like this is going to be a boom season for our junior year cast members, our 3rd year cast members. Bowen and Chloe coming in together and just having, I think they just have gone completely different routes. I mean, I feel like I don't see them work together very often, but they're linked by their, entry into the cast. And, for a 3rd season, Chloe, dipped statistically. I would have thought she would have been, rising up the rankings a little more. She always stayed down in the 30s, which I thought was unfortunate. I think the what was it called? The impressions, the understudy. That was my top 3 of the season. I loved that sketch. I thought it was so great. I'm glad that was not cut. That was like a great showcase for her, and it was also like a great addition to that Cumberbatch episode. And just showed off that like Chloe Fineman's like crazy talented and should definitely be part of this cast. I had I was gonna say maybe my hottest take of the entire season is that I actually really liked her Elmo update piece. That
Definitely
got,
your hottest take of the night. Yes,
yeah, I know, I'm aware, and I'll take the hate for sure, because I rewatched it like a couple times and I was like, there was like a lot of good jokes in there. I don't know. I think that got the most hate of any SNL piece of the entire season. That was her one update appearance, and she didn't anchor a cold open like she did twice last season, which I don't think it's a bad sign. It's just like not trending upwards, which we'd like to see, because we've seen Kate McKinnon anchor so many cold opens. This season, obviously, we had a lot more, Biden and Trump because we were able to with JAJ. But yeah, her quality appearances like metric is like 30%. Like out of her appearances, only 30% of them have been a minute or longer, and a lot of them have not been memorable. Like they've kind of been like a street roll, like the girl in the baby monitor sketch, or Belle and Beauty and the Beast, or the March of the Suitors sketch with Jonathan Majors, the tenant meeting, things like that you don't really remember like who was the anchor of that sketch. So Chloe Fineman, I still want to hold her stock. I still want to, be on the sweepstakes of Chloe Fineman going into her 4th season. But for me, I think that this was an easy 5. I think that there's a lot left to be desired for her this season. Definitely can go up. And, I think she was around mid-30s for the power ranking. And that's due to the fact that, didn't get a lot of those front heavy roles or recurring characters. But I think next season, I think she'll probably average about a 50. So I'm still high on Chloe, but so I'm gonna put her at a 5 this season.
Mm-hmm. Nicole, did you want to jump in on anything before I go with my rating?
I want to hear yours first, and then this is the first time I might change mine upon being persuaded, which is the fun of what we're doing. But yeah, something to be known is my 7 is hanging on by a thread. So Jon, give yours, and then stay tuned for my 7.
Okay, so I mean, look, I am a huge fan of Chloe Fineman. I mean, I really loved what I saw from her in her second season on the show. I was utterly disappointed at certain times not to see her get things on the show. And I think, look, I mean, I gave, Nicole talked about the comparison between Pete and Chloe. Like, I'm not sure that Chloe had more impactful moments on the show than Pete Davidson this season, which is kind of crazy to think about. I mean, these 2 pre-tapes were fantastic. They were the highs that I wanted to see from Chloe. But again, I also think, they were pre-tapes. And where was this amazing live sketch material that I sort of expected from Chloe this season that I didn't get to see? I always reference back to these Britney Spears cold opens that I in particular really enjoyed in season 46. But I was looking for things in season 47 with her anchoring sketches that I just didn't get to see. So for me, I mean, I don't think it was like a really horrible season at the show by any means. But I just felt that this season was going to be like a 7 or an 8 season for Chloe Fineman. And I have to agree with Mike here. I cannot justify giving her more than a 5 as much. I think she has the potential of being a crazy great, just threw my pen. I think she has the potential of being a crazy great SNL cast member, but I just can't see how I can support my ratings and be fair without saying that I don't think that she brought it every single week, maybe through no fault of her own, but whatever we saw on screen wasn't there beyond a couple pre-tapes, maybe some moments. I think the Jennifer Coolidge impression that we saw at the beginning of the season was fantastic. That was something that everybody talked about. But beyond that, was there other really big moments in the first half of the season? I don't know. So I think I have to go with the 5 as well. Nicole.
Yep. So my 7 is going to turn into a 6. And I think it's kind of apt that Pete and Chloe for me ended up being the same. I'm sure that Chloe put in more hours at 8H than Pete did, but their outputs are actually extremely comparable. Their most memorable moments each on the season have similar vibes, like pre-tapes. And yeah, so I think it makes sense for me to have them be the same. So yeah, my 7, I think it's just I have the recency bias of like she had a lot of great moments, but by a lot I mean she had 2 amazing moments towards the end of the season. But when we really look at the bigger picture of the full season, you're both right that there just was not that much else, and more so than not being much else, there were so many opportunities and where there nothing resulted from them, where we're like Chloe could have been here or there or there. And so, yeah, so a 6 feels more apt.
Yeah, and the patrons were with you, Nicole. They also gave Chloe Fineman a 6 for the season, which puts her total score for the season at a 6, which is in line with Michael Che that we saw this season, still ahead of Aristotle and Pete. Mike, anything else you want to say about Chloe before we move on?
Just that she was one of 7 cast members who had perfect attendance this season. So, we had 43 cast absences this year, and 7 cast members out of 21 appeared in some part in all 21 episodes, and Chloe is one of them.
Okay. All right, let's talk about another cast member, which I think will be a lot of fun to talk about. Let's talk about Heidi Gardner's season on the cast. And I think that a lot of people seem to have, especially in our fan community, different opinions about Heidi Gardner's season at the show. Her total screen time was 11th out of 21, over a little bit over 70 minutes throughout the season. She actually was in the 5th most sketches this season, 66. So she was in a lot of sketches. And really the reason is because I sort of feel like she became this utility player. And I know that some people would prefer characters from her, but I still felt like we got moments this season, including this pimp walk sketch that she did with Billie Eilish. There was the Blue Bunny sketch that we saw with Benedict Cumberbatch that a lot of people seemed to enjoy. So let's talk about Heidi Gardner's season at the show. Mike, how are you feeling about Heidi's season?
I'm a huge Heidi fan. I just love her character work. I think she's a really gifted actress. So when I see her get to flex, I'm like really psyched because out of the entire cast, maybe one of the few, if not the top actress or actor that gets to like really dig into a character, which I think SNL could do more of because it is, a very like, quick changes, quick writing, quick editing, rewrites, costume changes, pre-tape, live sketch. There's a lot going on. I mean, it's the most hectic show on television. And so when we get to have Heidi Gardner do the Blue Bunny character and have some silence in the show for a moment and have her, actually deliver lines the way that she wants to, I think it's like a huge breath of fresh air in the show. And so Heidi Gardner brings something to the show that I just don't see from anyone else. Unfortunately, trending downward for her own metrics because season 45 averaged 3 minutes 55 seconds an episode. Season 46 averaged 3 minutes 46 seconds per episode. And then season 47 averaged 3 minutes 21 seconds per episode. So Heidi Gardner has dipped the past 3 seasons in average screen time, which I'd like to see people like her and Ego kind of ramping up as the Aidy and Kate's and potentially Cecily leave as the featured women of the cast, which I think there's plenty of room for that to happen. Obviously, with Kate and Aidy leaving, it's a no-brainer. But as far as ranking this season, I think it was a weaker season in 47 and 46 for Heidi. I mean, we can't not mention the Michael Jordan Last Dance last season was like, I think, absolutely incredible and showed that Heidi Gardner can literally do anything on the show, live or otherwise. So I think I would have given Heidi an 8 or a 9 last season, just from the memorable moments alone. She was missing at the update this season. I think the Kelly party early on the season was one of her weaker update appearances. I think she tried to bring it back and it was cut. And we didn't see her again. I mean, Heidi Gardner, I see her, I think of like, wow, like maybe one of the best update correspondents like of all time. She has so much range, and then we didn't see that, so I have to, her score is definitely lower. But again, don't sleep on Heidi. I think next season 48 is going to be a huge season for her. This season I'm going to give her a 6. I think that's really fair for the memorable moments category and of what we look back on this season. I just don't think it was, Heidi trended downward from the past 2 seasons, and that has to count for something. So that's where I'm going to go on that.
Okay, so Mike is going to go with a 6 for Heidi, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who sort of looks at Heidi as the same way I look at Mikey. I mean, I think she had some moments on the screen. I think that she's, going into this utility role. I don't need her to have these characters that pop because I think she's so good in any sketch, really. I think she always has one line that gets me, and I think that she's also, every now and then she comes out with these like really well written sketches. Would for her to get an 8 or a 9 or even a 10 from me, I think would require at least a couple appearances on Weekend Update, which is her bread and butter that we saw in the first few seasons on the show. And she comes out and she crushes it there. I think in that case, I'm going with like, this is a great season for Heidi. Without that, and with the number of sketches she's in, I think I have to lean towards a 7, which goes in line with my score for Mikey as being, the female utility player of the cast this season. So I'm a little bit above Mike. I'm going to go with a 7 for Heidi Gardner. Nicole, how are you feeling about Heidi this season?
Yeah, I mean, what when Mike brought up that Michael Jordan sketch, like that was just so standout and so amazing. And when you said, I agree with you, Mike. I think last year I would have given Heidi an 8 or 9. I think last year she had an amazing season, showing her range in like that pre-tape capacity, and then also on Weekend Update. You're talking about these really dramatic roles that require and invite a performer to kind of just go in deeper. Like when you're in a sketch that has a lot of like quick, quippy comedy and is more of an ensemble thing, nobody, like there isn't room to go deeper with that and showcase this talent that Heidi has of being like a really good actress, in addition to like being able to do that quick, like quippy, fun, physical stuff. Like she's a really, really strong actress. And I think even more than that pre-tape, I just think Weekend Update was the perfect vehicle for her to show this character work and to show like the depth as well of just like digging into something for like 3 minutes and 17 seconds or whatever it was at each time. And it was a huge loss this season to me. I actually think one of the bigger storylines of the season that we're talking about is when we think of Heidi. I think even now when we think of Heidi, people think of update characters, and that wasn't a storyline this season. So it was definitely disappointing. And I would disagree, John, when you said that Heidi is kind of the female equivalent of Mikey. I don't think she quite is, just because I know so much of Mikey's work is also like the writing and the partnership with Streeter. And I think that Heidi is maybe more of a dynamic performer than Mikey, but I think that Mikey had more of an impact this season than Heidi did, for just in kind of being in having these very anchoring roles in so many sketches and like supporting other people to being the comic relief. And I think that I would have like to see more of that from Heidi, but if I'm being honest, I don't really want Heidi to be a utility player. I really, really miss her being like a Weekend Update star. That's like as you said, Mike, there's like she's one of the best to ever do that, and I really missed it this season, and I hope we get more of that next season. It's my favorite place to see Heidi. And then like the pre-tape stuff too, like the Michael Jordan, I'd like to see more of that. So with all of that said, I am going to give Heidi a 6, and I hope that it goes up next season, because like she's delivered an 8 or 9 season before, and I want to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I just also think that maybe she's an underrated writer. Like, I think we don't talk enough about how sometimes she ends up writing these really unique sketches. But yeah, it's definitely not as much as Mikey Day, or not as established as Mikey Day has a certain spot on the show. Okay. The patrons gave Heidi Gardner a 7 out of 10 for this season on the show. So they're actually more in line with me for this particular rating. So Heidi will come to a 7 out of 10 between the four of us. Let's talk about this next cast member. And this is somebody who was there for his first season on the show. And that is James Austin Johnson. And I just remember being with Mike and Nicole in the preseason for our By the Numbers show and just saying, okay, this is our expectations for Aristotle. These are our expectations for Sarah. We don't know anything about James Austin Johnson and what he is going to bring to the show. And wow, I mean, just from the start, came out crushing it, hitting home runs. He ends up finishing 12 out of 21, both for sketch appearances and screen time. So statistically, it's not like he came out and ended up being like Dana Carvey, where in his first season, first episode, he's just like all over the place. But I just think he had a fantastic season, obviously dominating the cold opens. And ended up showing his chops as being like a weird guy in a bunch of sketches. So I was so utterly impressed with JAJ. I think for me, he probably deserves a 9, but I'm going to go with an 8 out of 10, just because I do feel maybe like towards the end of the season, there was a little bit of a slowdown. Like the JAJ hype train probably stopped a little bit. I don't think he took over the cast, but I think he, in his first season, established himself as being a huge part of SNL's future. So I think I'm going to go with an 8 out of 10 season. And I think in his second season, he could be at a 9 or a 10 for me. Like, that's how good his first season was. So I think I'm going to have to start off with an 8 over here. Nicole, where are you on JJ?
Yeah, so this is a case where what is amazing about him is also kind of something I resent about him through no fault of his own. I think that when we got this amazing, and I mean, I think we'd all agree, like the best Trump impression that has ever been on television. It's incredible. And so it was so startling. It was impressive. It was exciting to see it. But I will say, I have to kind of take points off for the fact that if we did not have the amazing talent of James Austin Johnson this season, we would have moved so much further away from the Trump content than we did. Maybe we wouldn't have even had him at all on the season. If Alec Baldwin was still our resident Trump, I don't know that we would have gotten any of that this season. So I think that this isn't his fault. We maybe got, would have been great if we got this guy on a few years earlier. That would have been legendary. That would have been Emmy Award winning easily. But timing is timing, and I think that his Biden is great, his Trump is great, but we were for most of the season we were flip flopping. Every cold open was going to be Trump or Biden, Trump or Biden, Trump or Biden, and when we broke free of that structure, like when we did the Roe v. Wade one, the final encounter cold open, doing something different that felt more nostalgic for older times, it was just it was very refreshing and made me kind of resentful of like, oh wow, if we didn't have this amazing impressionist, maybe we would have thought outside the box a little bit more earlier in the season. And also, as we did think out, as the show went outside the box more in the spring, we got to see more of James Austin Johnson, which I really enjoyed. I thought that his appearance in the Natasha Lyonne sketch, like the old timey one, I just thought, New York City is loud today. I just thought he did such a great job. He was so good at that, like old timey, like that precision that he had with that character was fantastic. His Simpson one was good. Like he has so much more to offer, and I'm glad that we started to see more of it in the second half. And going forward, like I don't need to see his Trump ever again. I feel bad for him that he didn't do it in an Emmy-winning capacity. Like if he had been around earlier, 5, 6, 7 years ago, like Emmy for that. But I don't need to see it anymore. I want to see his Biden when it's necessary, and I think he has so much more to offer that we started to see, and I'm excited for his future at the show. He's so talented beyond the Trump, and so all of that said, it's going to be an 8 for me.
Okay, Nicole also goes with an 8. Mike, how are you feeling about JAJ's first season at SNL?
I'm feeling great about JAJ. I mean, low expectations coming in. Didn't know what he would bring to the show other than we knew he did a Trump. And in a world of everyone doing Trump, like literally everybody has a Trump, to be the best at it is, I think, no small feat. When we had big Trump fatigue from Baldwin, and to actually bring Trump to the show and make it funny, I think is like just a crazy ask of a rookie. He's just that good at it. And that's a lot has happened this season, but let's not forget, like, first episode, cold open, it opens, Steve Higgins is a voiceover, and we cut to someone we've never seen on the show before. I mean, I think that was like the moment of the season, was opening with Joe Biden, played by rookie James Austin Johnson, in the very first episode. He absolutely crushed that episode. Beyond that, he played Joe Buck in the NFL sketch later. He was like, he had over 100 power ranking score that episode. He crushed the cast, and so like wow, episode 1, a rookie wins. I just who saw that coming? Like literally nobody. Whether it's a benefit or a detriment to him, it's 62% of his time on the show was in the cold open. So that's obviously very large chunk of his time, where he was in 19 live sketches and 16 pre-tapes, but 15 of the 20 traditional cold opens, again, not including Paul Rudd's. He was in 15 out of 20. So obviously relied on heavily with Biden and Trump. But I mean, if you can come to the show and do the current president and the former president right away, your resume is going to carry you on this show. And he, crushed his 2 classmates in screen time. 42 minutes, 39 seconds. I mean, that's huge. I'm going to give him an 8 for this season. I think it's well earned, well deserved. He also had a perfect attendance for this season, appearing in all 21 episodes. A couple of them were in very small capacities. He did, as Jon said, the train did slow down at the end for sure. He was on track for like literally like a 9 or 10 season, if you ask me. Right before the Billie Eilish episode, when we were like on the first stretch of 7, the 4 and 3 we got at the beginning of the season. So he's going to get a solid 8 from me. I think that it's harder. It's hard to have a better rookie season than JAJ did. And also shout out, like, his impressions are incredible beyond that. Like, his Louis C.K. is so good. His Adam Driver, he got to show off for like 5 seconds in that Celeb School sketch, which was great. And I'm like super excited to see more impressions from him that aren't just the 2 presidents we've seen, because his like vocal impressions are incredible. Check him out on the Fly on the Wall podcast. He did live with Spade and Carvey, because he gets to talk a lot about that. But yeah, he made a huge fan out of me. I'm excited to see him next season. I think he probably has a huge burden on him to have a better sophomore season than rookie, where if Aristotle and Sarah are back, which I hope they both are, then I think they have a lot more, room to spread their wings, where JAJ has like maybe the burden of playing the sitting president for the rest of his term and going into the next election season, which we might see Trump and Biden. So he has a huge burden on his shoulders. But having an 8 season as a rookie is, I think, incredible. So shout out to JAJ. I think he impressed everyone. Every SNL fan should be impressed and happy that he's part of the cast.
For sure. I'm also impressed with the patrons who also gave JAJ an 8 for his score for the season. And just really, really great season for JAJ. Would not have expected that he would have done so well prior to the season. And he just blew our expectations. And I cannot wait to see what he does in season 2. Okay, from one Johnson to another Johnson, let's talk about Punkie Johnson's time on the show in her second season. And statistically, not the best, 20th out of 21 for total screen time, only ahead of Aristotle, 29 minutes and 53 seconds. It was only in 31 sketches, which is 18th out of 21. Like I said, only ahead of Aristotle, Jost, and Che. She did have a couple things pop up at the end of the season, though, that we talked about a lot, like a little bit of a stronger finish to the season with the couples counselor sketch that she tried to get on earlier and then was then done during the Jake Gyllenhaal episode. Also, that intuition pre-tape that we saw in the Selena Gomez episode, I would say that is another notable moment for her. Nicole, where are you on Punkie Johnson in her second season on the show?
Yeah, Punkie is someone who I definitely wish had done better than she did. I think she has so much potential. I think that she really has this ability to light up a screen when she's on and when she's in a situation that, like, just where she has an opportunity to shine. She usually does. I don't think she's as seamlessly gotten her work onto the show as, say, Dismukes, who is the obvious comparison as they entered the show together as cast members. Dismukes had been on as a writer prior to that, and then Lauren Holt is not on the show anymore. So just when you compare the two, I think that Dismukes had such an advantage of coming in after having already been having his voice heard, and being a writer and contributing at the table. So just that comparison, it's been harder for Punkie to kind of get her stuff weaved into the fabric of the show. But with all of that said, I think she's had memorable moments. I would also add her bit in the Selena Gomez monologue. That's just a great way when someone is pretty much playing a version of themselves in talking to the host like that. It's just, that's like really when SNL is at its best, is when we know who these cast members are. They're kind of playing themselves. And she really like sold those couple seconds, and it was funny and charming and endearing. And that really stands out to me, is also just when someone is put into the monologue to talk to the host as themselves or as a version of themselves. That's like kind of saying that this person is in the fabric of the show. I know last year there was something where the joke was that these rookies were kind of nobodies. That's been done before. But in this case, it was so specific, one person talking at a time, that it did feel like everyone who was there kind of it felt like a part of the show, like Aristotle, I think, would not, in some parallel situation, wouldn't have been put into the monologue like that. And I think that Punkie and Aristotle are at the bottom of the screen time list and the rankings and things, power rankings. But I think Punkie's like presence can be felt a lot more in the show and in her collaborations. I think that her collaborative spirit is more apparent. She works with a variety of the writers on a consistent basis. So yeah, Punkie, it's a 4 for me, and it's a hopeful 4. I hope that we see her next season, and I hope that it's like a 7 next year. I think there's the potential for that.
Okay, so a 4 from Nicole. Mike, how are you feeling about Punkie in her second season on the show?
I think like textbook danger watch for Punkie. I mean, the stats are they're just so bad. I mean, she had 6 absences and 4 episodes that she was in, had a score of under 10, which means that like blink and you miss her. I think Punkie is a good part of the cast. So I was going to bring up the Selena Gomez monologue as well that Nicole did, because it just shows that like Punkie can walk into a sketch and like get a laugh. Like she's more than capable. I think she's really funny. I really wish we got the Brittany Griner update piece, because it's perfect. It's like it's so topical that like I don't think we can do it next season. So like I wish we got it when we did, when she was performing it at Dress, because it probably won't be as relevant next season. But yeah, Punkie's was an easy 4 for me. Above Aristotle, because of the little uptick at the end, the couples therapist and intuition. Because I mean, if she didn't get those, she wouldn't have had a lead all season. We did get one update piece from her. JAJ actually, his last slide, only cast member who did not appear in update. So his screen time was actually, even more impressive because he didn't get a solo update piece. But we're on to Punkie. I think Punkie will be back. So, she's actually one of the older cast members for being one of the newer cast members, and has a comedic voice, great stand up. We got the pineapple, her last update piece from season 46, which I thought was great. I think that Punkie can definitely benefit from a Kate and Aidy-less cast, as I said, the same thing with Heidi. But yeah, I mean, I think Punkie Johnson is probably a classic case of like maybe SNL is not the correct vehicle for you, just because it's like, all right, second season and you're not getting in much. So I don't know how her sketch writing is. That could be a huge factor. I mean, if you're not writing sketch comedy, but you're a great stand-up. I mean, we've seen plenty of cast members. Melissa Villaseñor is a classic example of that. Of like, I don't know if you're writing great sketch, pieces, so that's gonna hurt you and not get you on the show. But I would like to see more from Punkie. We talked about how Andrew really took off. I think Punkie probably had plenty of opportunity this season, but unfortunately, we didn't get there. So, I mean, Punkie Johnson this season was a 21.55. She was a little ahead of Lauren last season. So it was like, all right, makes sense that we dropped Lauren and not Punkie. But then this season, it's like we got really nothing to really make us feel confident. So I again, danger watch on Punkie, but I just don't think going from year after year 2 that they would drop her unless she wanted to leave. And I don't get that indication. So I would like to see more of Punkie. I just think she's a ton of fun. So next season, I don't expect her to be in the top 10 or 11, but I expect her to be higher than like a 21, but to be more of like a Chloe score this year, like a 35.
So what was your rating for Punkie?
4.
Okay. So Mike gives a 4, Nicole gives a 4. I mean, I have to admit, I'm having a really hard time justifying giving Punkie Johnson more than a 2. I think, yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I think that I'm going to settle on giving Punkie Johnson a 3 for the season, but I just statistically, she didn't have a great season. Those 2 sketches, I mean, like we're giving her credit for getting couples counselor on the show, but the reason that it was given so much credit was because we're not used to Punkie Johnson getting a vehicle on the show. So I think that, when we talk about impactful moments, impactful appearances, the fact that Punkie was there was impactful in itself. So I think you have to talk about what scale you're looking at when you're evaluating these cast members. And I'm only going to bump it up to a 3 because I think she had like a really, for her standards, a much stronger end to the season. But overall, I mean, there's been nothing, in her first season was okay. Her second season, I really didn't get much more from her that really made me feel like she's meant to be on Saturday Night Live. And I think that she is so talented. I mean, I think that she's I saw her personality. If you watch, there's videos of her at the Kim Kardashian episode After Party where she has the microphone and she's pumping up everybody. And I love that as like a host. I think that she's so cool. I just wish that I would get to see more of that on the show. So I just have to be, fair in my evaluation, comparing her to some of the other cast members and some of the other cast members in the history of the show. If we were doing rankings every single season, I think Punkie Johnson had a 3 season out of 10, to be honest with you guys. And that's sort of where I'm landing. And for me, just barely a 3, as much as I do like Punkie. So the patrons of the SNL Network also sent in their votes for Punkie Johnson, and they came in as well at a 4. So they agreed with Mike and Nicole. So Punkie will end up as an average 4 for the season. Okay, let's talk about somebody else who is the host of Weekend Update, and that would be Colin Jost in his 9th, or really 8.5 season on the show. And I mean, screen time, obviously a major factor here when you have to talk about Colin's experience on the show. And, every single week we get to see him a lot more than Che. That's what we talk about a lot of times on these By the Number shows. As far as sketch appearances were concerned, I mean, he was only in a couple things otherwise than Update, but Colin Jost is now the longest running Weekend Update anchor in the history of the show. And that was a big statistic, him passing Seth Meyers this year. So Mike, how are you feeling about Colin's season this year, season 47?
It's going to be a quicker review from me. Much like Michael Che, I think it was more of a down season for Weekend Update. It ended up being 87 seconds on average shorter than last season. So Update was a little tighter this season, which I give them credit for because it opened up more lanes for other, comedic ventures. But I think by nature of being, one of the head writers, Colin Jost's fingerprints are on the season. So if you like the season, you like Colin Jost generally. I again, like Michael Che, I love when he pops up. I mean, when he came up and said, let's drink some Hennessy in the PDD Martin's Friend sketch, I'm like, this is a perfect thing for Colin Jost to do. I don't need to see him play Roger Goodell or Pete Buttigieg or anything. Like he's not a good impressionist. I'm not like excited to see him other than it just like, oh, hey, Colin Jost is there. He's not usually there. But when he pops up as like, he is like, he's just turned 40, I think. Like he's like the elder statesman of SNL other than Kenan. So like he really has like been at the show, knows everything about the show. He could be the next Steve Higgins or Lorne Michaels someday. And it's like, I mean, he dominates screen time, so you can't fault him for that. I mean, you can't watch SNL and not see Colin Jost and laugh at some of his jokes. I mean, it's like he's as much a part of the show as literally anybody on the show. So I gave Michael a 5, so I have to give Colin a 6. Nothing I saw from Jost this season was like really got me excited, but I mean, he's Colin Jost. He's second in screen time. He's a huge part of the show. Again, quick review from me. He's a 6.
Okay. We get a 6 from Mike Murray for Colin Jost. I think for me, I'm sort of with Mike here. I sort of feel like he's probably a little bit above Che analytically. I think that, maybe Nicole will get into a little bit more about his writing and stuff like that, like she did with Michael Che. But I think that he had a very solid season on Weekend Update. It wasn't the best season of Jost and Che, but I think that Jost, game and was there. And I didn't get the feeling like he was punting every single week or that he didn't want to be there. I felt like he brought the jokes and he was there. There's not much more to say besides the fact that I think that I have to evaluate the analytics when it comes to looking him versus Jay. And I just think based on that and the fact that he had this, monumental historic occasion of him being the longest running Weekend Update anchor in this season, I feel comfortable giving Colin also a 6 for the season. Nicole, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, definitely I can attest also, like, people are always in our DMs asking, like, wait, Colin has so much more screen time than Che. Like, that must be a mistake. What, like, I think Mike gets it way more than we do on the SNL Network Instagram account DMs, like on his personals. But like, it's just like every time I think people discover these stats that we're putting out all the time, it's like I think that's the first thing that most people notice is this stark difference between the two. And then once you become a part of this community where we're analyzing it week to week, you start to realize, oh yeah, that does add up. It makes sense. But it's a lot. It's very different. And I wish it weren't like that, but the reality is that it is. It's like Colin gets so much more screen time. But for me, completely screen time aside, the fact that Colin is paired with more of the guests and he tells more of the jokes. The two things that separate him from Che for me that I can speak to more are, the Sarah combination. I think that he is just the butt of so many jokes at that show, like A Very Punchable Face, the title of his memoir. Like the fact, like him being a punching bag and a joke, and like the white man who went to Harvard who's just like an easy target. Like I love that stuff, and I also think it's easy to give everyone else who's making the jokes all the credit for that, and I think everyone who's making the jokes deserves more of the credit than he does. But I think that he deserves slightly more credit than he gets for just being the perfect punching bag and taking it in a way that is comedic to the audience. A moment that really stood out to me was when Sarah did her third update appearance, when she did the backstage stuff, and she had the mistake, which she then posted about on social media, that she like dropped this picture that was supposed to be a line, and it was so endearing and funny. And something that really stood out to me, if you go rewatch the sketch, this very live TV moment, is that Colin, so when she dropped the thing and had to improv the line, the camera panned back to Colin and he was laughing so hard. And I think it was genuinely because he found it funny, but I also think he was reacting to the situation of, very quickly, of I need to save Sarah some time and give her a second here to recalibrate. So he laughed harder than I have probably ever seen him, in a way that was genuine, but also calculated to help Sarah look better and to help Sarah, a first-year cast member, be her best and give her the time to recover, and recover she did in an amazing way. So things like that, I think, go unnoticed with Colin. Like, as minor as that was, it was really like in pursuit of helping Sarah look her best and be the best, do the best in that role that she could have. And she really did. It was like one of the biggest highlights of the season for me. And the other thing about Colin is the writing. So Colin Jost writes the majority of the cold opens. There are cold opens for the finale. He wrote the day of, right, John, the finale that ended up being totally scrapped. And I saw it, or not the cold open of the finale that ended up being scrapped in favor of the final encounter, which was then put in the cold open spot. But I saw it at dress rehearsal and I loved it. I was impressed, and I'm sure there other people contributed, but he was the main person writing it with very little, like such short notice. And it was great. It was witty and it felt like so personalized to all the cast members. And just thoughtful and empathetic, and like, so it was like a culmination of really like being present and paying attention to all of these people and knowing how to write for them. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that Colin, it's like on one hand he gets too much credit, and on the other he doesn't get enough credit because of getting so, it's this interesting thing. But Colin definitely pointed upwards for me, comparing how I felt at the start of the season to now. I'd say Sarah Sherman has a lot to do with that, so we could thank her for that in an ironic way. She actually made Colin look a lot better to me. But all that said, I'm going to give Colin a 7.
Okay, so 7 for Colin, which is higher than Mike and I. And yeah, I mean, I just have to say one more thing about Colin, which is really just that he, a lot of people don't give him enough credit. I mean, we often detract from Colin for his contributions to some of the cold opens that have felt we've seen them so many times. But Colin Jost, really behind the scenes, working on the show as one of the head writers, he's actually one of the last people to leave the building every single night of the show. Like for people who know and their stuff, like he is working so hard every single week on the episode. So he's a major reason why certain things happen on the show, and I want to give him credit for that as well. The audience, the patrons that we did ask to fill out their ratings as well, also gave Colin Jost a 7. So they agreed with Nicole being the voice of the people in this case. Okay. Next up, we're going to talk about somebody who did leave the show after this season, and that would be Kate McKinnon, who was really, what a season, missed the first part, but came back in the Billie Eilish episode and just had an all-time episode for Kate McKinnon. And she ended up being 6th in total screen time, even though she missed those first 7 episodes of the season filming down in Australia. Her sketch appearances, she was lower on that end of things, but really when she was in a sketch, she did make a very strong impression. I think notable moments, you have to talk about the Lonely Christmas pre-tape, which was in that Billie Eilish episode. The Weekend Update, Don't Say Gay moment that she had on Weekend Update, that was certainly powerful and definitely something that a lot of people felt very strongly about her commentary. And then, of course, the cold open to finish out her career on the show, the final encounter sketch that we got. What a moment that was. I have to say, like, Lonely Christmas and the final encounter will probably be on the best of Kate McKinnon, for the season. So really, I think it was like really her 10 and a half season on the show. She came in right at the end of her first season. So for me, I don't think that this was the best Kate McKinnon season in her entire career. I think that she had moments, but she didn't dominate the show like she has in the past. So I think this was a very good season for Kate to wrap up her career. I'm probably going to go with a 7 out of 10 for Kate McKinnon in her final season at the show. Nicole, where are you on Kate McKinnon?
Okay, so I would say, I'm going to preface this by saying Kate is the only person on this list who, with certainty, I can tell you, in the past has had a 10 season. There probably are others, but there's no one else who I am so certain, if we had done this in years past, that I would have given her a 10 in at least a handful of seasons that she's been a part of. So I want to preface with that. We have to talk about, she wasn't present for a third of the season, exactly a third. She was gone, and then she came back and just dominated the Billie Eilish episode. Like they were really a dynamic duo, and she had some great stuff in there. I enjoyed it. Yeah, the Lonely Christmas was great. Her Weekend Update bit on the Florida Don't Say Gay bill. Her Amy Coney Barrett on Weekend Update, I actually really liked. I thought it was like, it had that like Kate McKinnon precision about it, which I like. As I said earlier, I really think she might be the most precise cast member of all time. And I mentioned Bill Hader in that competition, but upon reflection, I think Kate is far above him in that kind of precision category. And respect to him, but I think that's the word I would use to describe Kate, is like precise and empathetic as well. And yeah, so she had so much amazing stuff, but I gave Aidy a 9, and I'm going to give Kate an 8, which is nice. It rhymes. Kate 8. 8 was her most iconic episode. The Billie Eilish was number 8, so 8 feels right. I will add that the difference for me with Kate and Aidy, while I said I'm more saddened that Aidy is leaving than Kate because of what I think Aidy had not yet done on the show, whereas I feel like Kate had accomplished more on the show than Aidy, and I think she had done more of what we could see of her, whereas Aidy, I think, had more to offer that we hadn't seen yet. So that's kind of what it comes down to. We saw more fresh stuff from Aidy that was different and new, and felt like if she were to continue her trajectory, we would have continued to get something new. Whereas if Kate, who is one of the, I think if you're talking best cast members of all time, whatever that list is, to me, she's the highest of the season 47 cast. she's the highest of all of them on whatever that all-timer list is for me, hands down. But I think that by now, at this point, we had seen the best of Kate McKinnon on SNL. I don't think that we were in store for something better than what we've already seen. And I think that I'm excited to see what she does next. I think we have the best, I hope, is yet to come from Kate, but I think that the best of SNL, of Kate on SNL, we have seen. And she's like one of the most talented people in the world. And I want to see something different. And I think the only way we can see something different from her is if she pushes herself to be in a different environment. So it's an 8.
Okay. So Kate with an 8 from Nicole. Mike, where are you on Kate McKinnon?
Tough one to evaluate. Full disclosure, I'm between a 7 and an 8 right now with Kate. Clearly the darling of statistics for me, of all that episodes I've done analysis on. Has over 5,000 points over 3 seasons. Missed 7 episodes, still put up an 1,000-point season this year. And I think when we keep looking back and look at the Will Ferrells, or look at going back to Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, Gilda Radner, having an 1,000-point season is what gets you in the Hall of Fame and puts your jersey in the rafters. Is you got 1,000 points. It means that you consistently scored high. So Kate McKinnon put up 1,000-point season under our metrics, while, as Nicole said, missing a third of the season. I mean, it just shows that if there's any statistical anomaly in SNL history, it could be Kate McKinnon. So if you're not a fan of her, then that's really bad. And if you're a fan of her, then that's great, because when she's on SNL, she dominates SNL. More so than Kenan or Cecily. So if we didn't count the 7 absences, Kate McKinnon's average would be 93.36. That would put her first in the cast. So I have to consider that when I'm doing my ranking. So I'm between a 7 and an 8, because I also want to give her a ton of credit, because I think she probably would have been better off leaving last season. Maybe knowing that she was going to go in this season and miss some time and then could come back with a bang might have factored in. And she knew that Cecily and Aidy were coming back, her friends, and was going to have, could have a fun last season. So I don't fault her for it. But, I think she probably had given us all she had in the tank before the season. And so I want to give her a huge compliment by saying that she came back and really brought some stuff to the show. I don't care if Kate's playing an old lady. If it's funny, it's funny. I mean, the Dream Home Cousins and the Lonely Christmas, I mean, she both played like a crazy old lady. And it was, I think, 2 of the funniest sketches of the season, both pre-tapes. And so so Nicole, you're an 8. John, you're a 7?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'd say 7.5 if I can. But I think I know I can't.
You've sided with me more times than you've sided with him, if that helps.
It does not help.
Okay.
But I think due to the fact that when she came back, the numbers that she posted were so incredible, I have to go 8. Just because I can't think of a cast member in history who could do that. I remember posting the power rankings after 7, and Kate's sitting there at 0. She's posted 0 over 7 episodes, and I just knew, I'm like, she's gonna make top 8, top 7 when she comes back. I don't know what she's gonna do. I don't even know how many episodes she's gonna miss. I just know that she's gonna just crawl back. And the fact that, I mean, I'm considering it in my score. I'm holding it against her, but I'm also saying that the fact that she posted 173, 144, 141, these are low host scores almost. Kate McKinnon is a statistical beast of SNL. So if I go lower than an 8, I feel like it would be unfair, because I think Kate McKinnon also had a great send-off and is SNL legend. So I'm happy to see her go because I think she gave everything she could give us. But I mean, Kate McKinnon going out on top at an 8, missing 1/3 of the season. So I feel good about the 8.
Okay. And our patrons actually averaged out to about a 7.56. So really they just
That was
bumped
my
it up.
answer. So
Yeah, so they bumped that up to an 8. So really, Kate McKinnon finishes with an 8 across the board, except I did give her a 7. But yeah, so we are going to keep going. Let's talk about Alex Moffat's season next. And Nicole, I will start with you. How are you feeling about Alex's season, who was in his 6th season at the show? Finished about 13th place in both screen time and sketch appearances. Notable moments. This was a tougher one. I mean, we put Guy Who Just Bought a Boat was on it there a couple times, but I don't know if I could necessarily think of too many notable moments for Alex this season. How do you feel, Nicole, about his season at the show?
I agree with that. I think the other one, I mean, when he was paired with Pete to do the kind of different version of it, that on Update, that was really fun, and in reference to the, like, again, weaving, like, the headlines, and when cast members are generating headlines, like, that was so fun. The whole, like, buying a boat, Colin and Pete thing, like, it was just a smart, a little on the nose, but also smart way to handle that news story, and I liked that. But again, a theme for me is, like, for people, when I talk about a good moment, was it because of him or was it because of something else? It was, you know, Alex is someone who I will say, I think I'm a little harsher on him. He just hasn't had as many moments that, like, really capture me, that have kind of made me want to buy in all the way, whereas Kate, Aidy, even Sarah, just this one season, like, there are a lot of people on the cast who I could list out several moments that not only made me laugh, but made me really, like, invest in them as performers, as cast members, who I just am like, oh, I'm on this ride. Like, I want to, like, believe in you, and I'm really here. And I haven't ever had that with Alex Moffat. I think that his stuff it's really funny and quippy and smart. But I think it's not as, like, I guess it's not as, like, emotionally driven, which for me makes it harder to buy in. So Guy Who Just Bought a Boat, the wordplay is really fun. I'm, like, a big nerd for that type of thing. But I've never, I mean, I guess the content of it kind of loses me. It's not like anything that makes me really laugh so hard is that kind of humor. I feel like in a way, we've kind of graduated past that, and people there are a lot of other creative topics than what Guy Who Just Bought a Boat always has to say, and so it doesn't make me laugh that much. But all that said, like, anytime he's on the screen, he's talented, he's capable, he brings it. I think just for me, I've never, like, emotionally bought into things. And again, going back to Kate for a second, like, she really fuses empathy into everything, like that empathy and precision. When you combine those two things in a comedy setting, it's just instant gold and instant investment. Like, Kate isn't so famous just because she's talented. She's famous because, like, her impressions carry this weight that people, like, want to talk about. Another thing with Alex Moffat, and not just want to talk about, but want to, like, buy into and have, his Tucker Carlson, I think, is, like, really precise and really good. His Terry Fink, Monette in the chat mentioned. But yeah, I think his style just isn't, I've never connected so much. So I'm a little harsher. And I think he hasn't done as much collaboratively. Like, he's had his Update moments. His Tucker Carlson is never particularly collaborative. I'm starting to regret. I feel like I could have started lower so that I'd have more range within my my 1 through 10. But that's what's fun about doing this live, is it's really, like, an interesting experiment. Okay, I'm gonna give him a 5.
Okay, so Nicole goes with a 5. Mike, how do you feel about Alex's 6th season at the show?
I think Alex had a really interesting season. I think we haven't talked about it enough. It's hard to cover everything, but Alex Moffat started off this season. We didn't know what was going to happen. Is he going to play Biden? Is he going to be the new Beck Bennett? I mean, 6th season, coming in with Mikey and Melissa. Alex Moffat again, someone who like, what's their identity on the show? Like Mikey, I think, and Melissa, I think, have more of an identity than Alex Moffat, but Alex Moffat can do a lot. And then he had a really strong start, appearing in a ton of cold opens, due in part to the Tucker Carlson. But I'm looking at Alex Moffat's averages over the last 3 seasons, and like season 45 averaged 2 minutes 33 seconds. Season 46 averaged 2 minutes 22 seconds. Season 47, he missed one episode due to COVID. 3 minutes 16 seconds. So like Alex Moffat blew up as far as percentage wise. I mean, he went up 37.7% in screen time. That's no small margin. That's 5th in the cast as far as increase, and that includes Cecily and Aidy, who missed time last year. So Andrew, Melissa, and Alex were the big percentage winners of this season. And I think he behind Bowen Yang had 5 update appearances. Alex had 4, but and besides Pete coming in at the end as a guy who bought a boat, as the Colin and Pete joke, they were basically 4 solo updates. They were 2 Terry Finks, 2 guy who just bought a boat. So I think that's shows that Alex Moffat is like a very competent and confident solo performer, and not just a utility guy, not just a Mikey Day or on a better day like a great Beck Bennett surrogate. He was a cold open and a weekend update hero. He was also had a large appearance in the fainting couch sketch, and he led the school board meeting sketch in the Owen Wilson episode, and the Nickelodeon show, and the Mulaney episode. So Alex Moffat, somebody you can put in anything. I'm giving him a 6. I think he's definitely above average, better than a 5 for his standards. So I have to consider that. I did with other cast members, so I'll do that with Alex as well. And yeah, I'm looking at his appearance list, and I see 21 appearances of a minute or more, and I've been using that more and more because screen time is very unforgiving. You can make an impact in a sketch and be in there for 10 seconds. So if you're there for a minute or longer, it means that you're like reading a lot of cue cards and really dictating the tempo of the sketch, which I place a lot of value on someone who can just like do the heavy lifting. I think it's like it's an unsexy metric for SNL that the Mikeys and the Aidy's and the Kenans score high on, but it's like really important to the success of the episode. And Alex Moffat did very well this season with that. So I'm giving him a 6.
Okay, so Mike goes with a 6, Nicole goes with a 5. I sort of feel I'm leaning a little bit towards a 5 for Alex Moffat as well as Nicole did, because truth be told, I mean, how many seasons in a row have we been waiting to say, when is Alex Moffat going to take over the show? And then he gets this role as president, which gets taken away from him this season. So, I mean, I think that's, a part of what you have to consider. And I mean, it's like, again, there was moments, and I enjoy him every single time he's on the screen, but I have to think about the 200 something cast members that have been on the show. And when I watch every single season, what makes a great season on the show, I can't justify giving Alex more than a 5 out of 10. I just don't think he had these moments in the season where I look back and I'm like, wow, like at least for me, a 6 has to have a couple of very, interesting moments, big moments, maybe moments that we're going to talk about as a best of the week. I don't think we ever had a moment for Alex that was really like best of the week this particular year. So I think I'm going to settle on a 5 out of 10 for Alex Moffat for this season. And that will bring his average to a 5. But we also have the score from the patrons for Alex Moffat. And I would say this is probably the biggest discrepancy we had between our ratings and the patrons, because the patrons actually gave Alex Moffat a 7 out of 10 for this season. So the patrons were the highest on Alex this season, which will bump him up to a 6 to be more in line with Mike's score for the season. Okay, so good for Alex, and I'm sure we will see him back on the show next year. Somebody we won't see back on the show next year is Kyle Mooney, who finished up his career on Saturday Night Live in his 9th season at the show. He actually was in a lot of sketches this season of the show. He was in 65 sketches. Very surprising how many sketches he was in. He was really used as a utility player a lot now that he wasn't with Beck Bennett on the show. Obviously, we have to talk about Baby Yoda. I mean, we don't really have to talk about it, but that was Kyle's thing, and he did get it on the show at the end. I think Kyle's holiday pre-tape that he did in the Billie Eilish episode was sort of the last moment that we saw of Kyle Mooney's traditional thing that he did for so many seasons on the show. Screen time, it didn't necessarily fully connect, but sketch appearances definitely did. So, Mike, I will start with you on Kyle Mooney.
I think I mentioned this in our interview with Matt at Cracked, but I think Kyle Mooney's goodbye episode was the penultimate episode with Selena Gomez, because it was the first time he finished top in the power rankings in his career. So I think that should be mentioned, because if you're disappointed that Kyle Mooney didn't get a good send off, I think it just already happened. They didn't have time for it. They wanted to give more to Aidy, Kate, and Pete, and not Kyle in that final episode. I think that's fine. I mean, Beck Bennett's goodbye, we didn't even know, and I think in retrospect, it's fitting. Kyle Mooney was pretty much down the middle. I think he did give great performances this season. In hindsight, I think I will be glad he came back for one more. I don't think he needed to. But so if you're into his comedy, I think that you'll like the story sketch with Gerard Carmichael. That was had Kyle all over it. I'm not even going to mention his update pieces. I think they were not the best with the Dan Bulldozer and Baby Yoda, so I won't speak on those. But I think the Maid of Honors sketch with Zoe Kravitz, he actually gave a lot to. I thought he was funny in that. And the Dream Guy with Kim Kardashian, I think, is one of the sketches that we'll look back on and go oh, I'm glad we had Kyle Mooney in the cast for that, because I think he was one of the writers on it and just had a vision. And it was all right, this is a perfect Kyle sketch. Load up with the cameos. Let Kim Kardashian play Kim Kardashian and Kyle Mooney play Kyle Mooney, and let's just laugh at it. I mean, it was a bloated, long sketch, but it had Kyle all over it. And then this is a complete benefit of Omicron for Kyle Mooney. The Christmas sock sketch would never have made air, but I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those fitting things that wow. I mean, this is for the amount of things that Kyle gets cut that I think are worthy of air. And then we get the Christmas sock sketch, which was almost a 5-minute pre-tape that was just it went nowhere. But as someone who's watched Kyle since pre-SNL and watched him grow on the show without Beck, I would have liked to see more of him in Dismukes, maybe. I would have liked to see him and some of the new cast members in general. I'm going to give Kyle a 5. I don't think there's anything in this season that makes me go wow, or he had a bad or good season. I think it's a 5 season. I'll always love Kyle. I'm glad he got in that last sketch with Aidy and Kate, because that was fun. And if we're still waiting, right, guys? I mean, about the Kyle pre-tape that might have been cut.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
All right.
For sure.
So, I mean, I can't wait to see it. I hope it's out there, that we will see it. But I think Kyle brought all his energy this season. So I will give him credit for that. But it's going to be a 5.
I think I'm going to go towards a 6 for Kyle. And I think that was based on expectation. I mean, I was so fascinated to see what Kyle would do in this season. Why did he come back to the show and what moments he would have? And I just felt he was in so many sketches and given episodes. There was an episode where he was in 7 sketches. I mean, he was all over certain episodes, and not necessarily for doing the traditional Kyle roles. I think he had a good season at Saturday Night Live. The moments, I don't think there's necessarily crazy best of moments of Kyle Mooney on this season of the show, though I do really loved that episode where he played a Jared Leto, or Jesus as Jared Leto. I think that was a very funny moment in the cold open. So he had like little moments here and there for me that popped. I think I'm going to go to a 6 out of 10 for Kyle this season to wrap up his run on the show. I think throughout his career, he's probably been on the lower end of having, you know, great seasons on the show. But I think that this was a very solid final season for Kyle Mooney, even though there was things that we didn't, you know, love as a community that got on the show. I mean, they still got on the show, and you have to credit him for getting them on the show. So I'm going to go with a 6. Nicole, how do you feel about Kyle Mooney's last season at SNL?
What I disagreed the most with was, Mike, when you said, I guess it was just, I really set that up. I think all you said was, I don't think he needed to stay one more season. And I think of anyone, all these people who we've been kind of wondering how long are they going to stay. I think that him staying one more season was really important for him. I mean, I think we'd all agree that Beck was more of like the utility player between the two. If there was like a Venn diagram of what they do separately versus what they do together, Kyle's chunk of what he does total, a larger, you know, part of the Venn diagram would be with Beck, whereas Beck has a lot outside of what he does with Kyle. And that's why I think it was important that Kyle was the one who had the extra year, because he got to spread his wings and show us things without Beck. Whereas I think Beck, if he had stayed another year, we would have been like, yeah, Beck has all this stuff to do without Kyle. We wouldn't think about it as much. But Kyle really walked into the season with a tall order to kind of prove to us that he was more his own. Like they've been really, I think when you think of Kyle, you think of Beck and Kyle more so than when you think of Beck, you think of Beck and Kyle, you know? So I mean, he was not only he had an episode where he made 7 sketch appearances, but he was the first cast member this season to have a 7 sketch episode, right? So that was big at the time. And since then we've had 4, I believe, episodes with 7 sketch appearances for people, or 4, that has happened 4 times this season, and Kyle is one of those 4. So I think it's more symbolic to me than anything. I'm a huge Kyle fan, and I think that him staying this season and really pushing himself outside of what he's done historically and what we expected of him, it's more of a symbolic win than anything. I mean, when I go back and if we do a best of Kyle video that, you know, we use that as kind of a litmus test, like there's not going to be that much from the season in it. I think the Kim Kardashian thing, like a little bit of it might be there. We're not going to see much from the season in that kind of thing. But to me, Kyle has had such an indelible mark on the show that I think sometimes it's okay to have like a high score. And I'm saying this because I'm going to give him a higher score than either of you did. I think it's okay if it's more symbolic than anything. And again, a comparison, when I said earlier that Kate McKinnon, I want to see, I think she can only grow if she like spreads her wings and is in a different environment outside of SNL. I would compare Kyle being at SNL without Beck to Kate being somewhere other than SNL. It's a similar thing for me. And I think he definitely delivered. He had some hits and misses, but most importantly, someone who we're all emotionally invested in. Speaking of that I've lacked with Alex Moffat, I think it's very hard to not feel that with Kyle. He's so cringe and intimate and awkward that he forces you to kind of connect with him emotionally, because you just have no choice but to like be right there with the guy. Like when he's doing kind of as versions of himself. One of my favorites was when he talked about the Oscars at the update desk, and it was really just himself, a version of himself being upset that he wasn't invited to the party. Like he gives us no choice but to empathize with him. Like nobody doesn't connect with Kyle. You know, the most socially on, comfortable, confident, like non-anxious, non-neurotic people, even, like you have to connect with Kyle. Everybody does. So I think you just have to be proud of him for the season. And I don't mean that in like a patronizing way, you know, like I feel like he makes it to like his kind of MO is that like people are like, oh, Kyle, you know, like that's his brand of comedy. So that's kind of why I have the tone that I have. But I think he's also like one of the most talented and individual people who the show has ever seen. Like he, after the Lonely Island era, Beck and Kyle kind of were the closest thing in terms of like very pre-tape heavy, very digital, very like YouTube vibe. But he was so distinct within that. And I really think he's one of the most talented and singular people that has ever walked through those doors. And I think it's going to be a big loss. But I also think that Kyle's kind of library of content is just going to age so well on YouTube. I think people who are not even born yet are going to enjoy Kyle Mooney stuff on YouTube or on whatever platform, holograms on their windows or whatever, however people watch stuff. I think it's going to age well. So all that said, it's a 7.
Okay. So Nicole gives Kyle Mooney a 7, which is higher than Mike and I, which will put the average for Kyle Mooney right now to a 6. But let's take a look at what the patrons said about Kyle Mooney. And the patrons, like I said, Nicole being the voice of the people, patrons gave Kyle Mooney a 6.63, which will average up to a 7 as well. So they believe Kyle Mooney had a 7 season on the show. And that will put the total average at 6 for the season, but the patrons agreed with Nicole. Okay, so that is Kyle Mooney in his last season at the show. So we'll have, hopefully more talks about Kyle Mooney coming up during the summer. But let's go to our next cast member that we want to talk about, and that will be Nwodim. And I will start here on Ego, who had a very interesting 4th season on the show. I sort of felt a little similar to Chloe that I was expecting a little bit more from Ego for me personally. But when you look at the statistics, I mean, she was very high up in the season, 7 out of 10 in sketch appearance, 7 out of 10 in total screen time, over 87 minutes of screen time. She had some really notable moments where in the Jason Sudeikis episode, that parent-teacher conference sketch, which we believe was the #1 live sketch of the season, how great and amazing was she in there? That's like probably an all-time sketch of this generation. The Dionne Warwick moment earlier in the season where Dionne Warwick herself actually appears on Saturday Night Live. That's a moment that for sure stands out to me, as well as Weary Mother in Her Darkest Hour, that moment on Weekend Update. So there were some moments for Ego on the season. I wouldn't say that this season was amazing, but for me, this felt like a very solid season on the show. And it turned out better than I felt like it was going at certain points. So I think for me, I'm going to go with a 7 out of 10 for Nwodim in her 4th season at the show. Nicole, how are you feeling about Ego?
I feel very similarly about Ego as I do Chloe and Heidi. And I'm kind of putting them all together because I think that is in some ways like an Aidy, Kate, Cecily. Like these are people who have been like on the up for a long time or for a couple of years now and are like have been seen as the future of the show in a way, but then they're kind of in this middle era where like it's almost they're like in between an era that went on longer than most eras had ever gone on the show, and then these newer cast members who are kind of in a new era of their own. So I think Ego and Heidi especially are kind of like caught in the middle of that. And I think that like Ego last year had an amazing season. Like we were just all of us, we were just so excited about the trajectory. And then I think that she took kind of a downward turn this season. I think she can definitely like bring it back up, and that's what I really want to see. But I feel like her kind of overall like what she brought, it felt very much the same as Heidi and Chloe. Like there were singular moments that stood out that I loved that are going to be like iconic. But I just feel like on a week to week basis, I would have wanted more from her. I think she's one of the most talented people at the show. And I like anytime she has a moment, it's so just awesome. Also, something that was lacking for me was the Ego and Bowen duo. I feel like last season that was really on the up, and it was something I was so excited about. And I just think it was kind of a letdown this season, just that we didn't see it as much. I think next season, I really want to see it more. So all of that said, it's going to be a 6 for me, but with an upward kind of hope that she's a 6 who I really want to say like 8, 9 next season.
Okay, Nicole goes with a 6 for Ego. Mike, how you feeling about Nwodim's 4th season at the show?
Ego last year, I think I might have been the biggest like trumpeter of her stats, because I just thought there was a clear indication in the data that Nwodim was becoming a star of SNL, and I think she's achieved that. So I don't think that I think that that mountain she's already climbed. So I don't think she's still climbing it. I think she's already got there. One indication is that she's 8th highest in average screen time per appearance. So of the time she's on screen, she's on there for a while. I think it's just an indicator of a leader in the cast. And she just eats minutes live sketch. So like a Kenan, like a Beck Bennett, like a Mikey Day, Kate McKinnon, Nwodim consistently is up there. She's 4th highest in live sketch minutes at over an hour this season. So mentioning Dionne Warwick or mentioning the parent teacher conference, like, just I can't help but put a premium on actors who are at 8H reading cue cards in front of a live audience, and it kills that dress, and they do it live, and it kills live. And I mean, like, I just think that's the mark of the best SNL players is people who do that on a consistent basis. And Ego has for a while. So, and she's also trending upwards. So I consider her to be in the Heidi, category of up and coming people. Waiting their turn for the veteran female cast members to leave so they can really spread their wings. But Nwodim, season 45, 3 minutes, 1 second average. Season 46, 4 minutes, 1 second average. So that's why I was so big on her last year, because she really like added an entire minute an episode, which is not small at all. This season, a little more modest increase. 4 minutes, 10 seconds is her average this season. So she went up about a little over 3%. But again, there's a lot of factors. Missed the rut episode, big cast, PDD, all these different things. Less pre-tape time for Ego. But I'm very easy giving Ego a 7. Like no brainer for me. Just because if Cecily weren't there, Ego would be the number 1 woman in the cast easily. I mean, with the Kate absence, of course. But Nwodim is totally in the name of the cast, an everyday player. So can be in any part of the show. Played Ketanji Brown Jackson in the cold open. Was did 2 update pieces. Just like I just love SNL cast members who participate all night. So sometimes the Pete Davidson and Chris Reds get the best YouTube next day, or even we mentioned Kyle did that, and people like that. But I mean, like I'm always a huge fan of people like Ego who just are in there all night and just just posting numbers. So Ego is a 7 for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna change mine. I'm sorry. She's a 7 for me too. I think what let me down is I think I'm grading her harshly because she's delivered some of the best all-time performances on the show. She was in my favorite sketch of the season, Parent Teacher Conference. Dionne Warwick was an amazing moment. Ketanji Brown Jackson. I think just what was having me on the edge of 6 and 7 was I feel like all these moments we're talking about, with the exception of Ketanji Brown Jackson, were earlier on in the season. And so I feel like she has trended downwards in the season for me. So that was my hesitation. But again, the recency bias, it's on one hand, we're it's easier to weigh the second half because it's recent. And it's also because it's a reflection of what's to come more so than the first season. But with that said, we can't, I want to value the first half more than I am in my mind. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the all-time moments of the season were her. I just wish, I really wish that there were more in the second half. But I am going to change mine to a 7.
Okay, no problem.
Also, big consistency stat too. Ego, first half of the season, 4 minutes, 8 seconds average. Second half of the season, 4 minutes, 10 seconds average. So one of the more consistent screen time players that we've seen statistically.
Okay, well, Ego will end up with a 7 overall because the patrons were also very high on Ego. They actually gave Ego an 8 for this season, so they were very pleased with her season at the show. All right, next up, let's talk about Chris Redd, who is coming in for his 5th season at the show. And in terms of sketch appearances, Wow, totally unexpected. 72 appearances for Chris Redd, good for second in the season. Screen time, about ninth in the season, but he just had some very notable moments. The Eric Adams moment, obviously, that was huge to start off 2022. The one-liners that he had, I mean, I just put those in because he could just say one line in a sketch, and we were quoting it all week long and dominating some pre-tape. So very impressive season for Chris Redd. Nicole, how would you rate Chris Redd's fifth season at the show?
Yeah, he had a really good season and just like in so many ways, like for him to be so much with the Pete Davidson pre-tape stuff, which is reflective of like one very specific part of the show. And then for him also to be all over the place night of, on many nights, like doing both of those things. I think definitely one of maybe the most dynamic cast member of the season, just in terms of like hitting all the bases, covering everything, doing tons of things like having so much variety in a single night. I mean, the Ariana DeBose episode for him, like if we're talking, I feel like I've been bringing up the Emmys a lot, but like, I mean, that's the Emmy submission episode for Chris Redd right there. He was amazing. So much going on in that episode, and just a lot of fun, a lot of range, a lot of energy, enthusiasm. So I think he had a great season. I think it's trending up. I think that in terms of our pure data, he is kind of finding himself in the ranks of like the people who have been there the longest. Like he's 2 out of 21 in sketch appearances, so only above the longest tenured cast member of all time. Can't do much better than that. And then 9 out of 21 on total screen time is also above average and really solid. So I think he had a great season. I think that definitely, if we're talking Emmy contenders, I hope that he's in the conversation. I think that when SNL cast members are nominated for Emmys, it can be a little bit of like the muscle memory of it. So I hope that more people are considered who have not been nominated before. I think that he really deserves it for what he's brought. And I'm going to grade him a little bit harshly just because I want this momentum to continue. And I think it will, but I just want to see it. So with that said, it's going to be an 8 from me.
Okay, Nicole goes for an 8 out of 10 for Chris Redd. Mike, how you feeling about Chris's fifth season on the show?
Feeling so good about Chris Redd. I don't know how you could do more if you're Chris Redd. I just think again, all phases of the game, we say in sports a lot, offense, defense, special teams, in football most notably, but just like again, I love players in SNL who do it all. I'm going a hard 9 for Chris Redd. Very easy for me to give him one of my highest scores of the night. He had a 173. He scored in the Ariana DeBose episode, which was the highest of the season of any cast member of any episode. He just was dominant. Next episode, 0. I mean, that was, I think, just a little bit of an anomaly because it was Will Forte, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, that was a weird episode as we discussed earlier that he was cut from. He was there for. So Chris Redd, I think, is I don't know how he could do much better. I mean, I think he will because again, more openings and we lost Pete and Kyle. There's 2 more male cast members he's not really competing too much with. I mean, I guess you could say Pete because of the more musical pre-tapes, but Chris Redd, I think, was probably the star of the season if he's not number 1 in the power rankings or number 1 in screen time or any of the other metrics we do. But I have probably 10 stats about Chris Redd I could say. I can't say all of them. But he had his career high screen time in that Ariana DeBose episode. Nwodim, as we mentioned earlier, she had her career high this season, the Gyllenhaal episode. So if you're having a career high in your season, that's only can point up. And just raw appearances, which is a stat that you just can't argue with. he's second behind Kenan Thompson. I mean, Kenan's a legend. He's the backbone of the cast. If Chris Redd is number 2, then that just shows that if Kenan, steps aside completely or he steps aside for an episode, Chris Redd is more than capable of taking that mantle. So Chris Redd, easy 9. I'd probably even lean like 9.3 if we were doing a decimal point. So I'm going to give him a 9.
I agree. I think this is a very easy 9 for me this season. I was just so utterly impressed with Chris. I mean, I think it's hard for me to justify why not giving him a 10. I just have a hard time giving somebody a 10 unless I just find their season, like I said, transcendent. I think in modern day times, we're going to talk about this being a great season for Chris. 10 years down the road, will we look back at season 47 and say this was Chris Redd's season? Potentially, in which case I probably should give him a 10, but I don't necessarily feel that, every single episode was Chris Redd's episode or something like that, or that he just became this like all-time legend this year. But I feel like he broke out of being just another cast member on the show into being a star of Saturday Night Live. And that's good enough for me to give him a 9 in his 5th season on the show. So I will go with the 9. Mike will go with the 9, and Nicole will give him an 8. We also had our patrons vote, and this was the highest score that our patrons gave out so far, and that was also a 9 for Chris Redd. So that will bring him to a 9, which is our highest score so far that we've given out on the ratings from this season. Okay. Let's talk about a first-year cast member that we haven't talked about yet, and that would be Sarah Sherman, or as we knew her in the preseason, Sarah Squirm. And Sarah came in as a featured player, and a little bit of a slow start for Sarah. She had these moments on Update, which I think really, defined her first season, the fun that she was having with Colin Jost. And then we got to see her do these, weird pre-tapes with meatballs and the Chucky thing later on in the season. And we started to see how Sarah Sherman could work on Saturday Night Live. So it was a very interesting season for Sarah. I think at times we talked about her having, just as good or as strong moments as James Austin Johnson. The analytics don't necessarily reflect it, but as far as the eye test is concerned, I think it's an interesting discussion to have. So, Mike, I'll start with you. Where is your vote for Sarah Sherman's rating?
I had a hard time with Sarah because I feel like her impact is so palpable. I mean, it's like our MVP votes suggest Sarah. I think she has like a really strong fan base, which bodes so well for her, 3, 4, 5 years down the road in SNL, because you build that fan base now, they're going to love everything you do no matter what, which is, some SNL cast members have a hard time with that because they get a fight for the laughs. And I don't think Sarah will. I think she, will have a fan base no matter what, way outweighing the haters, because, you will get those. So I had a hard time with Sarah because I think the analytics paint a good picture of her impact this season. Statistically, her impactful appearances, like I said, a minute or more, 36.6. They were again later in the show. I'm a fan of her. I think she's building something really great on the show. And I was really impressed by her. I loved seeing her play straight because it was just way more fun. Like the Brat Stalls, the New Governess. I mean, there's Bug Assembly, Hip Hop Nativity. I don't really want her to become the next Leslie Jones, who just has one thing and does one thing really well. I mean, hey, I will always laugh at people who do something really well. But I don't want her to become that because I think it's just way more dynamic to see her play straight in one sketch and then be completely crazy in another. So I'm disappointed she had that surgery sketch cut because I'm just really interested in what it was about. If it was too much for the show and she pushed the envelope, because I think it was pretty safe. I mean, I think she did a good job showing her style without being too crazy, which is great for her for a rookie season. So I'm between a 6 and a 7 because I think the stats don't lie. I think I could be very easily convinced by John and Nicole on this one, whether I go down to a 6 or up to a 7. I think for a rookie, it wasn't as great as James Austin Johnson. She wasn't as impactful as an Ego or Heidi, which I ranked higher. So I want to be consistent. But I think that, again, Sarah Sherman stock is red hot right now. Please buy all of it because she's not going anywhere and she's hilarious. So I think I'm going to lean 6 right now as a rookie. And I think next year I can see her being an easy 8. But yeah, I'll let you guys take the floor and see what you guys think.
Mike, I think you nailed it. I mean, there's not much more to say beyond the fact that I loved Sarah Sherman on the show. I feel like I said, the eye test is so much stronger than the analytics for Sarah. I think every single time she was on the screen, she really made an impact. We're going to see a lot more of her coming up and her style of things. I wonder, 5 or 6 seasons down the road, if we're going to look for, different range from Sarah, maybe, if she's not always playing Sarah. But I think that for now, I'm eating up every single moment that I get to see of her on the show. But the analytics do tell a different story. I think, counting in her entire season, where it took a while to get things going, which is totally normal for a first-year cast member, but she ended up having a very strong finish. Taking all of those things into account, I feel like I have to also go with a 6 out of 10 for Sarah Sherman in her first season. Nicole, how do you feel about Sarah?
Yeah, couldn't be me with a 6 out of 10 here. So that's very far from what I'm gonna say. So as we said, I'm as big on the analytics as any of our audience. Like I love what we do so much with these numbers and the screen time and things. But I think what is like the only thing more interesting than painting a picture with numbers and screen time and data is when we get a story that is so contradictory to the data. Like it's the only thing cooler than the data itself, and like that's what we got from Sarah. I mean, our MVP polls, we tracked it every single episode throughout the year, and she got first place more than anyone, more than twice as much as anybody. And it wasn't like a Selena Gomez situation where we did MVP polls on Twitter and they, her fans who maybe had never seen another episode of SNL other than Selena's, bombarded and skewed us. It wasn't like that. It was like very much the SNL audience, our audience, our people who really follow the screen time and honor that, consider that. All of those people, it was very concentrated. That audience was voting Sarah so much, way more than anybody else they voted for. And that's actually like more of a high scoring thing to me than if you get a lot of screen time and you are an MVP. It's like to be making so much of an impact with like making the most of every single thing that you have on. James Austin Johnson is an insanely talented impressionist, but as far as changing the tone of the show, James Austin Johnson changed the tone of the show in a way that I didn't like. Through no fault of his own, he had this amazing Trump impression. We had to use it. We found this guy, like, of course, gotta write this Trump into things, but it changed the tone of the show in a way that I think what made the show, less fun and less entertaining. Whereas Sarah, I think, changed the tone of the show way more than James Austin Johnson did, and not just way more in a neutral way, but way more and in a way more positive way. I think that she represents so much of what's to come. And I just can't say enough of like the excitement that I have every time I see her on screen. We've never seen anything like it. Whereas we have people in my 7 range. I'd say a lot of people in my 6 range are people who I wish we saw more of, but who had like 2 or 3 extremely memorable things, but are otherwise kind of utility players. People in my 7 range are very much of the utility players who I'd say also are doing a lot more than it seems behind the scenes, like a Mikey and a Colin are in my 7, Ego's in my 7. The 8s are people who like surprised me and did something different, and are on this upward trajectory, but who I like I'm not like, oh my God, no one else could have done that. You know, it's not that. My 8s are just people who I'm like, that was amazing and special and deserved and exciting. And then this is my second 9. And my other 9 was someone who, it was more of like kind of the opposite of someone on their way out the door, who I think just couldn't have gone out in a more like graceful and poised and way, and in more of a way where I wish that she was staying, actually. And this is someone who, I just think like could not have had more of an impact given the stats, given the data. Whereas James Austin Johnson, like, you look at the numbers and you look at the impact, and it's like, of course, that makes sense. But when someone can change fundamentally what you see when you look at at statistics, like, I mean, we've never seen that before on this show. Like, no one else could have the like the ratio of the screen time and the MVP. Like, that's insane. I really don't think anybody in recent memory has radically changed what is possible on Saturday Night Live more than Sarah. I really don't. And I think that the way that she can play with a live element and yet be very composed and professional at the same time, it's like, it's unbelievable. It's so like, whenever she's on screen, I feel like on one hand anything could happen because she's crazy, in her words, but also I have this comfort of like, actually she's such a professional, and like the audience is in good hands, and that's a rare duality, and it's I think it's just rare. I could go on. I feel like Sarah's just the future, and it's a 9 for me. You're on mute, John.
That was bound to happen. So Nicole goes with a 9 for Sarah Sherman, and we get our final ratings for Sarah. So Mike and I went with a 6. The patrons were closer to Nicole. They actually went with an 8 for Sarah in her first season at the show. So Sarah averages out to a 7 rating at the show. Okay, for season 47. All right, let's talk about another cast member who a lot of people thought would depart this season, but ended up staying on board so far, at least, and that would be Cecily Strong. And Cecily Strong comes in her 10th season on the show, and she did miss a few episodes along the way, but statistically had a great season on the show. 3rd in appearances, 3rd in screen time. Obviously, you know, some notable moments throughout the season. Definitely played some Republican figures, both on Update and in Cold Opens. Had this incredible moment as Goober the Clown earlier on this season, where, you know, she was able to be very vulnerable on the show and talk about her experiences. And, you know, I think it's a very, very solid season for Cecily on the show. I wouldn't say transcended season. I would say it had its moments. And Cecily was a great cast member for season 47. I think I have to go with an 8 out of 10 for Cecily Strong for her 10th season on the show. I think that's probably where she deserves to land from this season. And I'm going to be very curious to see what she does next year if she does come back without a Kate and without an Aidy on the show. I think that'll be one of the most interesting storylines in our preseason next year. Okay, Nicole, what is your rating for Cecily Strong?
My rating for Cecily is a 7. I would put her in this category of people I see as a 7, which are people who are really reliable and really giving a lot, doing a lot. But I don't think that Cecily did anything that surprised me given what we had seen from her before. Goober the Clown was amazing and like a must-see moment from the season. But it was very much in you know, just it was reflective of what we had seen from her before. Same with all of her Republicans that she played. She's very good at that. She's really good at the satire of all those people. But I would say there wasn't much from her that, like, if she had left last season, I don't think there's much that I'm like, oh, I'm so happy she stayed this extra season so that I could have seen this. And I think that's it's kind of starting to feel like Kenan to me with Cecily, especially if she does stay another full season, which is that I'm never like, if Cecily stays another season, I'm gonna look at her the way I look at Kenan, which is I'm never expecting kind of like the oh my gosh moment, with the exception of more of the politically charged things that are really profound. In a general sense with Cecily, it would be more of the Kenan now, which is like really holding it down and helping just make the show really solid. But I can't say that she did much that surprised me this season. That's kind of my main takeaway with Cecily is I think she did kind of exactly the things I would have kind of expected her to do. And so yeah, that's it for me. I mean, again, she's very talented. And I loved a lot of what she did. I just think there wasn't so much that felt different, I'll say. So a 7 for me.
Okay, Nicole goes with a 7 for Cecily Strong. Mike, how you feeling about Cecily's season?
I'll lead off with my score. Cecily's a easy 8 for me. Did so much lifting this season. Her and Kenan together. I think Cecily, like Kate or like Pete or others, might have had a better and more apropos send off last season. But when Cecily came back, I was like, I think of anyone, I had my eye on her the most because I think she did have like the best send off. I mean, she did the Janine Pirro last season finale. Pete had a really great last update talking about growing up on the show, and I was like, all right, Pete and Cecily, I can feel good about them leaving as like two titans of this era. And then they both come back. Cecily is like, again, just like dominating her episodes. I mentioned it earlier, but her average would have been 91.58 if she didn't miss 4 episodes. And that includes the Billie Eilish cold open that she just appeared in quick and then dipped out. So, when Cecily's on the screen, she's on screen a lot. She had 37 appearances of a minute or more. I think Cecily's small work is underrated, like the science room, like things like that. Or I loved seeing her in with Ego and Heidi in the Mr. Dooley Natasha Lyonne sketch because it just showed her being more of an ensemble member. Obviously, we know what she can do on her own. Updated, cold open, at all, but Cecily Strong can save a sketch. I mentioned Aidy Bryant earlier in the Black Eyed Peas sketch, but I mean, her as Fergie might have been the funniest part of that sketch. The Irish play with Selena Gomez was probably like a doomed to fail sketch that she really, I think, saved. The truck stop CD with Jake Gyllenhaal, Just Like You pre-tape with Chloe and Kate and Benedict Cumberbatch. She did a lot, and her voice work is great. I just think it's hard to not look at all the data and all the contributions of Cecily and not give her lower than an 8. I mean, has she overstayed her welcome? Possibly. Same with Kenan, Kate, others, but like Cecily Strong is by far the most dominant female cast member. I gotta get her an 8.
Okay, and the patrons also gave Cecily Strong an 8. So we do have a total score of 8 for Cecily Strong from Mike, myself, and the patrons. And Nicole gave Cecily a 7. All right, let's talk about this next guy. And yeah, you can't talk about season 47 without talking about Kenan Thompson. So, Kenan Thompson dominating the show statistically. Most screen time this season, over 121 minutes of screen time. Most sketches this season at 81. Obviously, a big moment on earlier this season when Jason Sudeikis hosted the return of What Up With That. And then also his 1500th sketch this season, which continues to break, continues to extend this record that he has for most sketches all time in his 19th season on the show. Just incredible stuff. Nicole, how would you rate his season overall?
Yeah, I mean, as far as pure stats go, you cannot do better than this. Like, I mean, 1 out of 21, 1 out of 21. Like, I think I don't think it always happens that the total screen time winner is also the total sketch appearances winner. Like, it seems like they would be in line. But if you compare the two, like, there is a lot of differences. Some people, like Kate McKinnon, really high on screen time, below average on sketch appearances. So to be number 1 and number 1 is just wild. And with that said, I think it's wild in a good way and wild in a, we might start to have that conversation of, that's 121 minutes is a lot when you have somebody like Aristotle who gets a very small fraction of that in the entire season. When Aristotle gets in the whole season a little bit more than what Kate got in one episode, and for a fraction of what Kenan got all season, it's you kind of have to mention that, it is a lot. But with that said, it's not like Kenan is in all of these roles where he is like taking every laugh. If anything, like he what he's always been best at and always will be is like making everybody else around him look better and make everybody else funnier. And like, if for such a long tenured cast member, that's the most important trait to have. Like, nobody could be as long of a cast member as Kenan without being like very, very giving and generous and all these things that make him who he is. So for me, he's a 7 in the exact same way that Cecily's a 7. I think that they both really held it down and really anchored the show and made it professional and relatable and predictable in the comforting sense of longtime fans of like what we just taking comfort in the familiar. But yeah, I'm for me that is a 7. That's a very much a 7. It's not like Kenan didn't surprise me this season. He gave me kind of everything I would have thought he would, and that was amazing. But I think that like there are other people who I would just score higher for someone who like was keeping me guessing a little bit. And I think that it's a little more thankless on my kind of rubric to be a 7. It's people who I think work a lot harder than it seems. Like again, the Colin and the Mikey, and the Cecily and the Ego. Like I think I've given the most 7s of anything, and it's people who are just so rock solid, but maybe are not transcending that rock solid by shocking me. That's the 7 description for me. So it's a 7.
Okay, so Nicole gives a 7 to Kenan Thompson. Mike, what is your rating for Kenan in his 19th season at the show?
I mean, what can you say about Kenan Thompson that hasn't already been said? I mean, I think this season has been a great opportunity for SNL superfans such as ourselves to evaluate Kenan and his contribution to the show. I mean, look at the 1500 sketch that we pointed out and got traction on the show, which is awesome. It's like, it's a perfect stat to encapsulate Kenan because he has given more to this show than arguably any human on earth other than maybe Lorne Michaels. So I think there's arguments to be made that he is, one of the greatest cast members of all time because of his longevity and his stamp on the show. So looking at this season, I think it's really hard to separate that in your head when evaluating Kenan. And I think he had some like striking good moments this season. I mean, I think you can't be a fan of this show in this era and not like Kenan. I mean, if you don't like Kenan, you probably don't like the show. So I am a Kenan fan. Last By the Numbers show I brought up, I'm like, he seems to be the one guy immune to criticism. And so I have a critique of Kenan right now that I need to talk about, which is his sketch in the finale. I thought was like so poor to include. And I was like, I've like never criticized Kenan in my life as a fan. And I was like, Kenan, like I trust you as like as a shepherd of the show to understand like what the show means. People talk about him as a heir to the Lorne Michaels throne. And the fact that they had that Treese sketch in the finale, I was shocked. I mean, I don't blame Kenan. His performance was great. I mean, he delivered the lines well. The sketch I thought was pretty bad, but I thought he did a great job. And I was like, I guess I can't blame him for doing his job, but at the same time, it's like, how does that sketch get in and not a goodbye to Kyle or Pete? if they actually had already been filmed. I was like, so that to me docked Kenan some points. I will say the good things about Kenan this season, which were the home videos sketch on the Zoe Kravitz episode, the casino proposal I mentioned earlier. I thought he was like phenomenal in. I just love that in season 19, Kenan is like finding new ways to make me laugh. I mean, we already know the classic ways that he makes us laugh. And he's like a complete glue guy in the cast. So Kenan, stay as long as you want, but at the same time, I was like, that inclusion, I was like, that's pretty bad to me. I'm like, you got 4 big veterans leaving, and we're gonna include this sketch. I was disappointed that was in when that could easily be in any episode this season or next. So I have to do my one critique there. But other than that, I mean, you can't give Kenan lower than an 8 in my opinion for this season. He literally carried the show when it needed him most. He was the only cast member with Michael Che in the Paul Rudd episode, and I don't think you can trust anyone more than Kenan in the show. I mean, Jonathan Majors got some heat for maybe not being the best of hosts, and I thought he brought out the best in him in the Strange Kid Tales talk show. And in the preacher sketch at the end of the show with Jonathan Majors, I thought Kenan was great to go to for some laughs. Always hosting the game shows, Republican or not, the trivia game show with Lizzo, Karaoke All Stars he hosted with Chloe, the home repair show. Obviously, What Up With That? Great laughs in the Blue Bunny sketch. So, I mean, Kenan Thompson, easy 8. I'm between an 8 and a 9, but I don't think he was as good as Chris Redd or Aidy Bryant this season. So I'm gonna give Kenan an 8.
Okay, so Mike is gonna go with an 8. Nicole went with a 7, and I just sort of think like in his 19th season, if you look at season 47, this was Kenan Thompson's season. I think you can make arguments for Chris Redd, who had a fantastic season, but to me, this was Kenan's season, and it was one of the better Kenan seasons in his entire career. And statistically, dominated the screen time, dominated the sketch appearances. He had moments. He probably had a moment of every episode, pretty much, where he was just had a role that was significant. When it comes, Mike brought up the sketch, the old home movies. We were just raving over the talent that Kenan was putting on display. And I think when Kenan wants to, he could turn it on like nobody else in the cast. He could run circles around everybody, just how talented a performer he is in a sense. Not to say that, other people can't eventually catch up to him or whatever, but Kenan Thompson is so seasoned, and I think he dials it back a little bit sometimes because he wants other people to shine, despite what Mike said in the finale. And I just have to say, I came into the season, 19 years in, I wouldn't be surprised if Kenan wanted to take a little bit of a step back and let other people get their shine. I am so impressed that he continues to dominate. This is like, LeBron James, like continuing to go out there and just crush it on the basketball floor. I'm giving Kenan Thompson a 10 for his 19th season on the show. It's the only 10 I'm giving out for this ratings that we're doing. I think he deserves it. I wouldn't say that every single season I would give the top screen time or sketch performer a 10 out of 10, but I do think that this is a 10 season. It's maybe not 10 out of 10 in terms of greatest seasons in the history of the show, but I think that, based on the standard of what we've seen over the last decade, I think this is as this is a transcendent season for Kenan. I think it's one that we're going to talk about. If he retires after his 20th season, I still think we're going to go back to the 19th season and say about how fantastic that season was. So for me, it is a 10 out of 10 for Kenan Thompson for season 47. And let's talk about what the patrons voted on. And the patrons gave Kenan Thompson the other 9 for the season. So they also gave Chris Redd a 9. They gave Kenan Thompson a 9 for this season, which will bump Kenan Thompson up to a 9. So we have Chris Redd and Kenan Thompson with 9 ratings for season 47. Okay. Let's talk about Melissa Villaseñor next on the show. And Melissa, very interesting season, her 6th season on the show. Pretty low in terms of analytics as far as screen time is concerned. 39 minutes of screen time, almost 40 minutes. Sketch appearances, 14 out of 21, which isn't bad, for Melissa standards. I think what we've seen. She did this crazy good Kristen Wiig impression that people could not stop talking about at the beginning of the season. But then as far as moments for Melissa, I think it was the same story of when are we going to get the moments that we're looking for from her. She had this Cesar Perez on Weekend Update. That was something she wanted to get on the show. She had the talk show with Selena Gomez that we saw. So there were some moments for Melissa. Did it click fully? We'll find out with our ratings. Mike Murray, I will start with you. Where will you go with Melissa?
I wish I could say this was a little tougher. I expected good things out of Melissa this season. I think that she gave us a good effort. I'm looking at her screen time growth. And she did improve, which is good because before there was Aristotle Athari, there was Melissa Villaseñor as the underdog cast member, and I think that she still is deserving of that moniker because I think she is super talented, but is a kind of a head scratcher going. I think when she's long gone off the show, we'll say like, oh, I wish we saw more from Melissa. That'll be kind of her thing. But last year she had a really bad season. This year she improved 43% screen time. So definitely brought it more. She's known for her impressions, known for update pieces. Didn't really get that this season. Got that one great update piece as Colin Jost driver Cesar. That was a great piece. But she got it to include a new writer in, which is a good sign. So she's more in line with her season 45 average. As far as impressions, yeah, she did have the celeb school. She had the Kristen Wiig impression, and I think that was it for her impressions this season. So as a known impressionist, didn't really get much on air. I expect more. I mean, it's her 6th season, so I'm a little harsher on Aristotle and Sarah as in like I think they have room to grow. Where I think I might have to be harsher on Melissa because it's time. It's time to establish yourself on the show or leave. I'm a fan of hers, so I hope she stays for next year. 39 minutes 46 seconds is not terrible, but she's down with Punkie and Aristotle and the lower tiers, and Sarah is way ahead of her, and Pete's ahead of her, who missed half the show. Kate's way ahead of her. So I mean, I gave Aristotle a 3. I gotta give Melissa a 4. I think that's kind of generous of me. I don't think I can't go higher than a 4, but that's where we land with Melissa. I think she's back next season, and I just don't think that I don't think we've seen anything from Melissa that we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna see anything from Melissa next season that we haven't already seen, which I think is a bummer. So, but I'm hopeful. So let's go, Melissa. Let's do it next season.
Yeah, I sort of agree with you, Mike. I think a 4 seems like the appropriate rating for Melissa Villaseñor, who I don't think had a bad season, but I just, for her standards, really, it was an okay season on the show. As far as the appearances were concerned, I mean, 14 out of 21, really 14 out of 19 if you take away Che and Jost, and then she's only above Aristotle, Punkie, Pete, Sarah, and Kate. So a bunch of featured players, and then Kate McKinnon, who hadn't been on the show for 7 episodes. So, she's that next tier up. And I think when we start talking about the Punkies and the Aristotles of the world, I think then you get to these points where, you're talking about pretty low ratings. So I feel like she's probably that next tier up, like, the bottom of the okay cast members on the show for this season. And again, just objectively, the statistics aren't great subjectively. I enjoy some things we get to see from Melissa, but I still haven't found this moment where I'm like, oh my God, this was Melissa's moment on the show. And I don't think that she had that throughout the season. So for me, I'm going to agree with you, Mike. I'm going to go with a 4. Nicole, where are you on Melissa?
Yeah, so I think this was a great season for Melissa for her standards. And I don't like the fact that we all kind of have to talk about her in terms of Melissa standards. Like it doesn't make sense. But that just kind of is the way that it is. I think if you look at the numbers compared to the standout moments, it's a lot like Sarah in the way of like low on the screen time and the sketch appearances numbers, and then when she does have screen time, it's always very memorable. I mean, per like if you did, a ratio of like how, like screen time, how memorable, like memorability per minute or whatever, we could make some ratio for that. Like Melissa's is above average. We'd all agree on that, whereas more of like utility players would rank lower on that type of thing. And that's why I gave Sarah such a high score, because that's an amazing type of ratio to have when you're a first year cast member who's trying to find your way and who needs to make the most of every second you get so that next season you get more seconds. But when it's your 6th season and you have to have a good memorability to minute ratio, that's bad. That's just like there's no way around it. It's like, and it's not that she's not getting a lot of screen time because she's making headlines like Pete, or because she's in a hit show like Kate, or because she's in a play like Cecily. Like I think that the variables all involved, it's too much of an anomaly to be like a sustainably good thing. I feel like her role on the show leaves a lot of people, myself included, a little bit anxious all the time. It's like when Melissa doesn't have a super strong episode, I'm kind of wondering like, it leaves you a little on edge in a way. And you're like, and you know that she might kind of throw some shade online. And yeah, I think that Melissa walked so that Aristotle could also walk, walk a little slower or whatever. I don't mean that as mean as it sounded, but that's just what the reality of it. I think that Melissa benefited a lot from Aristotle being on the cast, because we weren't talking about the Melissa thing as much. We were more just saying, oh, she had a great moment here or there. And I think that the pressure was a little bit lifted off of her shoulders. So she could certainly thank Aristotle for kind of filling her shoes there so that she could just more, I think people were a little less preoccupied than they ever had been on the Melissa thing, of the screen time thing. With that said, I have to give her points for one of the more provocative sketches of the season. And as I say that, it really wasn't that provocative, but the peek at Pico did get some flack online. Some people found it a little bit offensive in stereotypes, when I think Melissa had every right to write it and perform it the way that she did. I thought it was really like, it felt personal and specific and creative and like and true to her identity and true to things she had experienced and consumed and been a part of and things like that. And so I really liked it. I also thought that it was a great vehicle for Selena. I think that Selena showed more like range and fun and comedy there than she did in any other part of the night. And so for Melissa to be usually such an individual and for her really to usually only shine when she's shining on her own, I thought it was great that one of her better moments of the season was actually making the host look better and doing a good thing with the host. Her wig impression agreed with Jon. I think you said really good, underrated. The Collins driver thing, super good and creative. So I think she had a way better season than she did last year. And a lot of things worked in her favor. Honestly, I'm right in the middle of a 4 and 5 for her. Honestly, I'm gonna give her a 5, and it's because all of what I said aside, everyone else I've given 5s to, I think that Melissa had more memorable moments than everyone else who I gave a 5. Everyone else who I gave a 5 was more consistent than Melissa, but Melissa was more memorable, and so I think it evens out for me to give her a 5.
That makes sense. The patrons also decided to give Melissa a 5. So they were with you, Nicole. So Nicole and the patrons went with a 5. Mike and I went with a 4. And that will bring Melissa's rating to a 5 for the season. All right, one more cast member to talk about in this record smashing show that we're doing here at the SNL Network, and that would be the great Bowen Yang, who comes into his 3rd season at the show. And of course, we talked earlier about the trend forecasters. I think you can't talk about the season without talking about the Simu and Bowen pre-tape, which was a big moment earlier on in the season. For me personally, I'll start off with Bowen. You know, in a little bit of the Chloe, thing where in their 3rd seasons on the show, I sort of expected a little bit of a higher step up from Bowen, even more, but he was very much a part of the cast. 10 out of 21 for both sketch appearances and total screen time, about almost 75 minutes of screen time, 55 in sketch appearances. I think he was a very solid member of the cast this season. Nothing, I didn't walk away from the season feeling like, oh, Bowen Yang like really just had these incredible moments all season long. But I never also walked away from the season worried about Bowen's screen time. I never felt like Bowen never appeared in an episode and I was just dying to find him. He was always there. He was always solid. So I think for me, this is your traditional 7 out of 10 rating for the season. I think this is a good season for Bowen Yang in his 3rd season. I probably say 7 out of 10 might be like slightly on the generous side, because I think that he could have, I was looking for a little bit higher expectations, because I think Bowen has an 8 or a 9 season in him. Like Bowen Yang next year could be Chris Redd this year. That's how I feel. That's how good I feel about Bowen Yang. But he didn't do that yet for me. So because of that, I'm going to go with a 7 for Bowen. Nicole, let's get your final rating this time for Bowen.
All right. Whew. So yeah, Bowen, I think if we had done this exactly a year ago, I probably would have given Bowen like a 7 and then been like, and it's a 9 next year. Like I'm looking forward to it. And that was like a transatlantic accent I just did. Where it's been a long one. Anyways, I'm getting into like my British accent. I didn't mean to do that. Anyway.
All right, what's this rating?
Sorry. It's been a long one. Anyway. Okay, so Bowen, I think if we were here a year ago, I would have been like, can't wait for his 9 season next year. Let's go. I'm so excited. And to be a trend forecaster as Bowen is, I was a little wrong. I think that Bowen wasn't as much of a like standout as he was last year. And in a recent interview, he said, and to paraphrase, like, I think I knew going into the season that I wasn't going to have another iceberg. And he mentioned that he wanted to kind of fit in a little bit more in terms of like stepping aside to have like leaving room, knowing that some people were going to be leaving, wanting to give shine to other people. Also, I think it sounded like he wanted to like play some of those like smaller roles in addition to the bigger roles, and I think kind of challenge himself in that way to do more, because last season he was so like I think last season he felt a lot the way that Sarah feels to me now, like that he maybe wasn't at the top of the screen time, but it felt like he was, because every time he was on screen, he was the moment. And this year that wasn't as true. And I think that's a good thing, because he kind of was, I think, what you were describing Heidi as kind of becoming, of a little bit more utility than maybe we had imagined. I think that also became true for Bowen. And like how I feel for Heidi, I also feel the way of Bowen is they're two people who I don't want as much to be utility players. I like both of them to be more of like, we can update people. And Bowen Yang excelled at that. He was the top cast member in weekend update time, aside from the anchors. He was the highest in updates features, with 5 live appearances and then also more screen time than anybody else. Kenan technically had 5 if you count his 2 RBs pre-recorded voiceovers, but in terms of live update, Bowen owned it. He also owned the promos, which is not a canon part of the show, but he was in 5 promos, more than anybody else, and killed the promos. All the best promos were with Bowen. Like I think all the memorable ones. He just killed the promo game this year. And yeah, I mean, Chen Biao was up there. I think the most that I like screamed in the season, like gasped, was when Chen Biao walked up at the update desk and said Che Diaz. It said, "What's up, Che Diaz?" And if you don't get the reference, then I feel sorry for you. It was just fantastic, and I screamed. I'm not going to explain the reference. Google it. If you don't get it, then you're going to have to take that time for yourself to figure it out. Anyways, I love Bowen, and I think that he is doing amazing stuff at the show. And I think that the way that he made room for Aidy and had like just this like amazing partnership with her. As I mentioned when we talked about Ego, I wish we had seen more Bowen and Ego, but it just shows kind of his flexibility that he really made the most of this partnership with Aidy in her last season, and now when she's not there, I think that he's going to go back and hopefully do some more fun stuff with Ego that we kind of had been hoping for this season. I think he's just very adaptable and flexible and works well with a lot of people. I'm going to bring up Celestium again. I think that Bowen and Celeste have done so much amazing stuff together, and I'm really excited for that partnership to continue blossoming. And yeah, so this is someone who heading into the season, I would have predicted to be a 9, but it's going to be an 8 for me.
Okay, so an 8 for Bowen Yang from Nicole. Mike, take us home. What is your rating for Bowen?
All right, this is another one. I'm between two numbers. I made up my mind. I'm gonna stick with my gut on Bowen, and I just grabbed some stats. While Nicole was talking about Bowen, and I'm like, but Bowen's numbers back up the praise, because his first half, he was barely in Owen Wilson, Kim Kardashian, and Sudeikis. So his first half of the season, he was 2 minutes 34 seconds average. Second half of the season, 4 minutes 29 seconds average. So like really turned it on at the end. He might not have had his moments like the iceberg last year, which I think people who had never heard of Bowen Yang last year, I think did due to the iceberg appearance, and that was like his SNL moment that he needed as a second year. And now as the third year, he might not have had that, but 8th most screen time in live sketch. I think he works well with hosts. I mean, the Cumberbatch Chuck E. Cheese sketch, I think, is a good example of like, all right, like, you can trust Bowen Yang to just be alongside a host for 4 minutes and it's funny. And I just think that's like, I feel like as long as Lorne Michaels is running the show, he's not going to relinquish that responsibility to just anybody. I fully believe that as a fan of the show, that he trusts Kate, he trusts Aidy, Cecily, Kenan, these veterans, trusts Mikey Day, and I think he trusts Sarah to be next to Pete or Andrew. I think he trusts James Austin Johnson to lead a cold open as a president. But like, I feel like Bowen Yang next to a host for a sketch, more than okay with the show. So he had a slow start, but he was 15th in power rankings at mid-season, and we were like, wow, I feel like Bowen Yang is in more than the data showing, and he really wasn't. And now he's 11th, so he's the biggest climber in the rankings. I got to give him credit for that. So Bowen Yang is going to be an 8 for me. I think that he had a solid season, more so than Chloe, Ego, or Heidi. He's showing a steady trajectory upwards and not flatlining. So season 45, his rookie season, 2 minutes 13. Sophomore season last year, season 46, 2 minutes 47. This year, 3 minutes 34 seconds. That's a big jump. He missed the rut episode. Like I said, he was barely in 3 of the first 4 episodes. So the fact that he went up 28% from last year, that's no small feat. So I got to lean on the numbers with my guy Bowen. and go 8 because I think he earned it. I think it could have been a stronger season for him, a higher 8, a lower 9, like Chris Redd had. But I think it's a very fair score for Bowen, and he's not going anywhere. And we're gonna look forward to I think a better season next year for him and Chloe.
Okay, so in his third season, Mike Murray gives Bowen Yang an 8. The patrons just gave Bowen an 8. It came out to about a 7.6, which rounds up to an 8 for Bowen. So the patrons, Nicole and Mike, all gave Bowen an 8. I gave Bowen a 7 for this season. And we have our final season 47 ratings. And this has been a fun journey. I'm going to read them out in, I guess I'll try ascending order. So at the bottom, we have Aristotle with a 3. We have Punkie Johnson coming in with a 4. Our 5s are Pete Davidson and Melissa Villaseñor. At a 6, we have Michael Che, Chloe Fineman, Alex Moffat, Kyle Mooney. Our 7s from the season are Mikey Day, Heidi Gardner, Colin Jost, Nwodim, and Sarah Sherman. Coming in at 8s are Aidy Bryant, Andrew Dismukes, James Austin Johnson, Kate McKinnon, and Cecily Strong. Oh, and Bowen Yang as well. At 9s, Chris Redd and Kenan Thompson. So, wow, great seasons for them on the show. And yeah, I mean, almost 4.5 hours into this exercise. I hope that you guys enjoyed this because this is something that we are testing out for the future. Obviously, we can try and speed up the process just a little bit, but I thought this was a good way to evaluate the cast members and give them all their due as we talked about the season. So, it's just been so much fun all season long to talk about the analytics of Saturday Night Live, and I've enjoyed getting to do that. Like I said, longest podcast ever on the SNL Network could potentially be, and maybe somebody can correct me if they're an SNL podcast completist, might be the longest podcast ever about Saturday Night Live. So, wouldn't be surprised if that was us. So that would be very fun to take a look at. Okay, let's talk about what's coming up here on the SNL Network. So if you didn't get enough of us tonight, we will be back here. This is the Monday night spot to find the SNL Network this summer. And next week, we will be back. We have closed the book on season 47 coverage. And now we're going to be talking about career retrospective. So what does that mean? We're going to go back and talk about the cast members that have left the show after season 47 and talk about their careers. We'll talk about the seasons that they were on the show, the important episodes, sketches, characters, moments, and how they will be remembered as SNL cast members. And we are kicking it off next Monday night with our discussion of Kate McKinnon. So I hope you will join us next Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, live on the SNL Network to find that show. And then the following week, we will be back with another one right after that. We are also working on some SNL stories for the summer, which is our interview podcast we do with alumni of the show that our patrons get to join in and ask questions to the alumni as well. Okay. Mike, thank you so much for all your data collection all season long and joining us every single month to talk about the analytics of Saturday Night Live. Where can the listeners find all the great work that you are doing?
Thanks, Sean. It was a blast. I feel like this season was just more intense than last, so it was really fun to do these shows and bring Nicole in. It was a great addition. And yeah, it's a ton of fun. So you can find me at SNL Mike Murray. I post tons of stats on Twitter. Power rankings on Instagram as well, same handle. Yeah, and thanks to Jon and Nicole. Thanks to all the fans. I wouldn't do all this data and stats if you guys weren't interested. So appreciate it.
For sure. Yeah, we definitely appreciate you, Mike, and I can't wait to talk about season 48 with you. All right.
Same.
Nicole, thank you for joining us tonight on this extra long By the Number show. Always great to get to hear your thoughts and opinions about the season. Where can the listeners reach out to you and see all the wonderful things you're doing?
Thank you. Now that we've made it this far, there's this part of me that wants to stall
keep going.
and then just I'm like, we could do this for 8 or 9 hours. Now that we, so I think we proved to ourselves now that I said I'm not stalling. I'm saying genuine thoughts, but there's a part of me that wants to stall just for fun.
You don't have to edit the show, so.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But I think this proved to us, especially like everyone in the chat, anyone who joined in even for a few minutes live just made the experience way more fun. So we really appreciate that also. And yeah, this just proved to me that every time we break our record, I'm like, oh, there's like we could do this. We have the stamina. I have my 200 milligrams of caffeine as I promised that I have. I wish I had another 200 because this can has been empty for a while. Anyway, all that's to say, this was very fun and I enjoyed it a lot. And you could find me at Nicole Rovine everywhere on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and then everything we're doing on social media at the SNL Network. Always DM us, whether there. You could talk to me and Jon or on my personal. Let us know what you thought of this. We want to, as Jon said, we want to do a version of this in the fall, and definitely we want to make it collaborative and hear from everyone what you think. So reach out to us there. Keep up with all our social media stuff. We have so much planned for the summer. And yeah, thank you everyone for being here.
For sure. And I just also want to make a quick plug. Well, you can find me at Jon Schneider 24 if you want to talk to me about anything SNL related or follow me and get my thoughts. I had a really fun experience where I got to go on one of our friends' podcasts, the SNL Nerds. They're a great group of, they're a great couple of guys, John Trumbull and Darren Patterson, who have been on our show before. I got to go on their show and talk about the new Kids in the Hall documentary that's out now on Amazon Prime. Obviously, there's a new season of Kids in the Hall. It was really fun to talk about the SNL connections to Kids in the Hall, and that came out today. So if you wanted to get my thoughts on that, check out the SNL Nerds show over there. But as far as everything here on the SNL Network, obviously find us on all these social platforms where you can dive even deeper to the statistics and see all the fun things we're doing this summer. Make sure to subscribe to the podcast on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify, and leave a star rating and review if you're really enjoying the shows you get. We always appreciate getting some feedback from everybody. Okay, for everyone who stayed with us for 4.5 hours to break down the season 47 cast, I thank you. I appreciate you. And on behalf of Mike Murray, Nicole Rovine, and myself, Jon Schneider from the SNL Network, we will see you next time, everybody. Have a great rest of your week.